Good afternoon and welcome. Before today's formal City Council meeting, we will convene the Assisted Housing Governing Board. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Board Member Guardado.
Here.
Board Member Hernandez. Here. Board Member Hodge-Washington.
Here.
Board Member Maggard. Board Member Maggard.
Here.
Thank you. Board Member Pastor. Here. Board Member Robinson.
Here.
Board Member Stark.
Here.
Board Member Waring. Vice Chair O'Brien.
Here.
Chairwoman Gallego.
Here. Thank you, and welcome Board Member Maggard, who makes sure our residents are well represented on the board. Resolution 227 recommends the City Council authorize the City Manager to allocate 40 U.S. HUD Section 8 project-based vouchers to the Helen Drake Village Affordable Housing Development, and further recommending to the City Council that we authorize the City Manager to enter into any related contracts or agreements. Board Member Maggard, do you have a motion to approve Resolution 227?
I motion to approve Resolution 227. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge-Washington.
Yes.
Maggard.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 10-0.
Item 4, Resolution 228 is the Public Housing Authority's proposed asset management budget. Board Member Maggard, do you have a motion to approve Resolution 228?
I motion to approve Resolution 228. Second.
Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge-Washington.
Yes.
Maggard.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 10-0.
Resolution 229 amends Resolution 223, which is related to vouchers for the Wild Rose Flats project and the associated contracts and agreements. Board Member Maggard, do you have a motion on Resolution 229?
I motion to approve Resolution 229. I second.
Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge-Washington.
Yes.
Maggard.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark. Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 10-0.
Resolution 230 is the fiscal year and calendar year 25 and fiscal year 26 U.S. HUD Rental Assistance Demonstration Program property operating budgets. It also certifies the RAD replacement reserve deposits, withdrawals, and balances as required by HUD and the RAD program. Board Member, do you have a motion?
I motion to approve Resolution 230. Second.
Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge-Washington.
Yes.
Maggard.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark. Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 10-0.
Thank you. We can now adjourn the Assisted Housing Governing Board. Thank you so much for your service to our community, Donna. We'll now move forward with the invocation for our formal council meeting, and I will welcome Police Chaplain John Taylor. Thank you, Chaplain.
Please stand with me. And bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we pause at the beginning of this meeting to acknowledge you and to give thanks. We thank you for the gift of life, for the opportunity to serve, and for the freedoms we enjoy in this land. Thank you for the city of Phoenix and all those who call it home. We're reminded in your word that all authority is established by you, so we lift up our leaders to you today. We pray for our mayor, our council members, and all who serve in city government. Grant them your guidance and grace as they carry out their responsibilities. Please bless them with wisdom to navigate complex decisions with clarity and courage, compassion to see and respond to the real needs of our community, integrity to do what is right even when it is difficult, humility to listen well and lead with unity, and peace in their hearts as they carry the weight of leadership. We ask for your presence over today's agenda. May each discussion and decision reflect what is just, good, and in the best interest of those who live and work in the city we love. We offer this prayer to you in your holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. Councilwoman Guardado, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll now call to order the formal meeting of the Phoenix City Council. Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilwoman Guardado.
Here.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Here.
Councilwoman Hodge Washington.
Here.
Councilwoman Pastor.
Here.
Councilman Robinson.
Here.
Councilwoman Stark.
Here.
Councilman Waring. Here. Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Here.
Mayor Gallego.
Here. Mario Barajas is with us to provide Spanish interpretation. Mario, would you introduce your team?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mario Barajas. I'm going to be serving as the Spanish interpreter upstairs here in Chambers, along with my colleagues that are going to be downstairs serving as simultaneous interpreters. We have Elsie Duarte and Oscar Monroy. I'll now take the moment to introduce ourselves to our Spanish-speaking residents. Buenas tardes, yo soy Mario Barajas. Junto con mis colegas Elsie Duarte y Oscar Monroy vamos a estar sirviendo como intérpretes para la reunión de hoy. Quisiera repasar brevemente con ustedes si acaso van a estar dando una declaración pública. Entonces les pedimos que tomen en cuenta que pueden dar sus comentarios de una manera lenta y clara. Como quizás ya saben, ya no es necesario hacer pausas después de cada oración o dos, porque pueden decir toda su declaración y es al final, cuando ustedes terminen, el intérprete va a interpretar todo lo que dijeron. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Will the city clerk read the 24-hour paragraph?
The titles of the following ordinance and resolution numbers on the agenda were available to the public at least 24 hours prior to this council meeting and therefore may be read by title or agenda item only. Ordinances number G 7395 and 7397, S 51964, 52022, 52035, 52043 through 52134, and resolutions 22312 through 22315.
Thank you. Will the city attorney please explain the role of public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Members of the public may speak for up to 2 minutes to comment on agenda items. Comments must be related to the agenda item and the action being considered by the council. General comments that go beyond the scope of the agenda item must be made in the citizen comment session at the end of the agenda. The city council and staff cannot discuss or comment on matters related to pending investigations, claims, or litigation. Additionally, any member of the public who appears before council in their capacity as a lobbyist must, as required by Phoenix City Code, disclose this fact before addressing council. The City Code requires speakers to present their comments in a respectful and courteous manner. Profane language, threats, or personal attacks on members of the public, council members, or staff are not allowed. The person who violates these rules will lose the opportunity to continue to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Item 1 is the meeting minutes. Councilwoman Hodge Washington, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do, Mayor. I move that we approve the March 5th, 2025 meeting minutes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Passes unanimously. Item 2 is boards and commissions nominations. Vice Mayor.
Mayor, I move to approve items 3 through 30, except item 17.
Can we quickly do boards and commissions?
I am so sorry, Mayor. I move to approve mayor and city council boards and commission nominations.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Congratulations to our new commissioners. We will now swear you in. If you could please come forward. Please raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the office of. State your office. according to the best of my ability. So help me God. Congratulations, commissioners, on your unanimous appointments. If you could please go behind, the council members would like to thank you. Congratulations again to our commissioners, and thank you for your service. The City Council provides an advisory role to the state of Arizona on liquor license applications. We'll begin with that portion of our agenda now. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll try this one more time. I move to approve items 3 through 30, except item 17.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Passes unanimously. Item 17 is next. Item 17 is in Council District 5. We do have speakers. Councilwoman, would you like to make a motion or hear speakers?
We can hear speakers first.
All right. We will begin with speakers. We'll begin with Shirley, followed by Michael.
Hi, my name is Shirley Diekman. I am the leader of the Alhambra Neighborhood Association, and I'm here on behalf of an organization. Eye Candy is asking for a liquor license, and I just wanted to make sure that you knew what a wonderful group they were, and that we had 27th. I don't know if you know if 27th Avenue is a mess. They came out 4 Saturdays in a row and helped us clean it up. This organization, even though it's not what I would want to see girls do, is a step in the right direction. Because once they get there, they're protected in a protected environment. They're hooked up with another group called Body and Soul for counseling and direction in their life. So I just wanted you guys to be aware. They also signed a neighborhood agreement. So if I need any help, I can round them up. And they did also come to my movie in the park and had a fabulous time and shared. And so I just wanted you to know that it's not just what it looks like. It's a real positive thing for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Well, thank you for taking the time to come down and share that with us. The next 2 people registered to speak, Michael and Jovan, are available to speak if necessary. Would you like to speak? Great. Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Michael Rain. I'm the attorney for the applicant. We did not intend to speak, only if you needed to, but because we have this opportunity, I did want to say that the process that Eye Candy has gone through to connect with its neighborhood, to become a part of the association, to listen to the concerns of its neighbors and act on them, it should be a model for all applicants. My history as a former Assistant Attorney General representing the Department of Liquor, I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly, and I just wanted to take this moment that I was offered to commend them on their outreach to the community. I know that's going to continue, and we appreciate the board's, the council's time on this matter and request your recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jovan, available to speak if necessary. Does anyone have questions for? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for the testimony. We'll turn to Councilwoman Guardado.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to add no recommendation to item 17.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark. Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Thank you. That concludes liquor licenses. City Clerk, are we ready for ordinances, resolutions, new business planning and zoning?
Yes, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
I move to approve items 31 through 153, except for the following. Items 46 through 53, 67, 68, 76, 78, 82, 83, 94, 102, 107, 148, 149, and 150. Noting that items 110, 118, 129, 151, and 152 are continued to July 2nd, 2025. Items 116 and 121 are withdrawn. Item 149 has additional information. And excluding the following additional item for virtual public comment, item 153. And can the clerk confirm if there are any other items that should be excluded for in-person public comment?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, no other items, thank you.
Thank you. Roll call. Oh, thank you.
Second.
Second from Councilwoman Stark. Roll call.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring, O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
We'll now go to special proceedings related to our budget. Item 46 is a public hearing on the adoption of the proposed property tax levy, truth in taxation, and adoption of the final 2025-26 annual budget. I now declare the hearing open. Are there any comments? I believe we do not have any comments on this item. Wait, we do. I'm sorry, we do. Orla Bobo.
There we go. Good afternoon. This tax increase is being presented as the solution to our fire response time crisis that's been ongoing for over 10 years. What the public needs to know is that this tax increase will not even put a dent in the deficit the fire department is in. This could have been avoided had the city leaders prioritized funding its public safety departments. The narrative is that this tax increase will improve critical EMS and ambulance response times for a combined total of 10 minutes and 3 seconds. This is fallacious. The city was hit yet with another response time lawsuit for a cardiac arrest call. It appears that the city has an abundance of money to keep paying lawsuits, allegedly spending millions to NGOs, yet no money or emergency funding to keep their citizens safe. I don't know how many lawsuits or deaths it will take for the City of Phoenix leaders to prioritize public safety before all other spending. Apparently, the loss of lives is not enough. I will continue to be an advocate for our first responders and fellow citizens, tracking every district's response times and keeping city leaders under a microscope. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now close the public hearing. Item 47 is the adoption is the convening of a special meeting of the City Council to consider adoption of the 25-26 budget. Vice Mayor.
Mayor, in accordance with the state statute, I move that the regular meeting of the City Council be recessed and the City Council convene a special meeting to consider adoption of the budget.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Item 48 is the adoption of the final 2025-26 operating funds budget. Vice Mayor.
Mayor, I move that item 48, being ordinance S-52048, the final 2025-2026 operating funds budget, be adopted.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Comments? Roll call.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Mayor, may I explain my vote?
Please do.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I remain a no on this budget. Under the Trump administration and the renewed promise of nationwide ICE raids, the uprising in cities across the nation, and mass deportations, the stakes for local governments could not be clearer. Our budget is a very real way we can ensure our residents, our staff, but especially our migrant communities are prepared to weather the very dangerous attacks from this administration. We should be leading with more investments into solutions that will address the root cause of the crises our residents are facing. This budget does not prioritize many of the things that community members have continuously advocated for, or the lives and dignity of our most vulnerable neighbors. Ironically, there is also a budget vote happening down the street where we are, as a city, are going to be losing money to build affordable housing in the city. So I cannot support policies, including our budget, that continue to criminalize unhoused people, underinvest in police alternatives, or give blank checks to a police department that has yet to address the tragic findings of the DOJ investigation and has a long and documented history of racial profiling and partnering directly or indirectly with immigration enforcement. As a representative of my district and as someone who committed to invest into solutions and resources that address the root cause of the issues our residents are facing daily, I vote no on the proposed 2025-2026 City of Phoenix budget. Thank you.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring, O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-1.
Thank you. Very important vote. Thank you to our city team and community members who participated in the budget. It is worth noting the state is working on their own budget, and I would ask everyone to look at how much the city spends on issues such as fighting homelessness compared to the entire state of Arizona. Credit to our city budget. All right, item 49 is the adoption of the final 2025 capital funds budget. This is like the infrastructure budget. Vice Mayor.
Mayor, I move that item 49, being ordinance S52074, the final 2025 through 2026 capital funds budget, be adopted.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Harris.
Right here. I meant to speak on the 48, apologize, but I'll say what I need to say on this one. What I'm asking the city is I've been to 2 city council meetings since meeting with the city, being told you guys don't have any funds for youth programs. And I've watched this city, or this leadership of this city, hand out $66 million to the Phoenix Police Department after claiming there is no funds. I also had to sit in these meetings before, and one of the problems I see in this meeting is that you got city council members who sit on this panel and sit here and say that, or want to say, if your family member wasn't committing a felony, they wouldn't have been murdered. We all know who that city council member is. But I would ask the city council to say, think about the votes that you guys make when you guys make these budgets, and to put the same support behind these youth and funding behind these youth that you put behind the same people that beat, brutalize, and murder these youth to the city. Because I look at you guys and I see that most of you city council members are the problem and not the solution. I ask that you make a change and start being part of the solution instead of being the problem. You guys do nothing for this youth in this city at all. When they're beaten, brutalized, and murdered, you guys still stand beside your lying police department. You guys still stand beside their wrongdoings. They're lying, they're covering up. I mean, I filed a complaint with the PSB about the police department destroying WhatsApp communications, and the police department said that that they didn't violate any operational procedures by the Phoenix Police Department. But yet then the city of Phoenix still employs these type of officers. So I ask that you guys start stepping up, doing what we voted you in to be doing, and that's protect this community.
Roll call.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring, O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-1.
Item 50 is the adoption of the final 2025-26 reappropriated funds budget. Vice Mayor.
Mayor, I move that item 50, being ordinance S-52049, the final 2025 through 2026 reappropriated funds budget, be adopted.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring, O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-1.
Mayor, I move the city council adjourn the special meeting.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The special meeting is adjourned. I hereby declare that the special meeting is concluded, and I hereby reconvene the regular city council meeting. Items 51, 52, and 53 are legally required amendments to the current 24-25 operating capital and reappropriated funds budget, allowing the city to close out the current fiscal year's budgetary accounts and proceed with the annual independent audit. Item 51 amends the 24-25 annual operating funds budget to authorize reallocating appropriations. Vice Mayor.
Mayor, I move that item 51, being ordinance S-52046, the required reallocation of the 2024-2025 operating funds budget appropriations be adopted.
We have a motion and a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor, Robinson,
Yes.
Stark, Waring, O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Item 52 amends the 24-25 annual capital funds budget to authorize reallocating appropriations.
Mayor, I move that item 52, being ordinance S-52087, the required reallocation of the 2024 through 2025 capital funds budget appropriations be adopted.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring, O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Item 53 amends the 24-25 annual reappropriation funds budget to authorize reallocating appropriations.
Mayor, I move that item 53, being ordinance S-52047, the required reallocation of the 2024 through 2025 reappropriation funds budget appropriations be adopted.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring, O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Thank you for those special proceedings of the budget. We will now go to item 67, authorization to adopt a proposed pension funding policy for the City of Phoenix Employee Retirement System, also known as COPERS.
Mayor, I make a motion to approve staff's recommendations to adopt the annual COPERS pension funding policy and acknowledge the assets and liabilities of the COPERS plan.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, noting Councilwoman Stark will not be participating in this. Annually, we discuss pension obligation bonds are considered, but we don't vote on as part of this.
Mayor, that is correct.
Wonderful, thank you. Any comments? Roll call.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Waring, O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Item 68 is the authorization to adopt the proposed pension funding policy for the Public Safety Personnel Retirement System, also known as PSPRS.
Mayor, I make a motion to approve staff's recommendations to adopt the annual PSPRS pension funding policy and acknowledge the assets and liabilities of the PSPRS plan.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, noting that Councilman Robinson will not be participating in this motion, in this vote. I'll turn to Councilwoman Hernandez for comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually just have a couple questions for Jeff on this one. Jeff, on the PSPRS, which is the acronym for the very long title the mayor just said, it differs than COPERS and is specifically for fire and police, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And police, in that, police have a large unfunded liability, which is roughly 45% fully funded.
That is correct, Councilwoman.
And the report indicates that the city will fully fund PSPRS by for 2041-42. Is that accurate?
That's accurate as long as all assumptions hold true.
Okay, thank you. If the staff and city contributions plus the interest don't meet the required payment to keep us on track to pay the gap down, what happens there?
So Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Hernandez, great question. So there are many things that go into funding our pension system annually, what's called the ADC. So payroll is one of those ingredients. Also is the growth in the pension fund itself, earnings that it receives through the stock market and investments, as well as mortality rate. So people live longer, people live shorter lives. That has an impact on the actual unfunded liability. So what happens if we miss any one of those marks, it adds to the unfunded liability, meaning that ultimately, over time, your unfunded liability grows and your rate goes up to compensate for that.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is, the extra $46 million that was in the police budget for this upcoming fiscal year, is that a payment to PSPRS to keep us on track?
Yes, it is, Councilwoman.
Okay. Wait, one follow-up to that. So should we, as council, anticipate that if a huge extra payment from the general fund like this is needed in the future, and that would be needed if PPD is not able to fill that hiring gap?
Councilwoman Hernandez, Mayor, members of the council, as I tried to explain and probably didn't do a good job just a second ago, there are a number of different factors that that have a push-pull relationship on the unfunded liability. That can be everything from payroll growth, that can be the earnings, that can be the lifespan of officers and firefighters. And so, again, if any one of those things is missed, including not filling the vacant positions that we have, they would all have potentially a negative impact on the unfunded liability.
Okay, thank you so much, Chef.
Yep.
Let's see. Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson. I apologize. Stark.
Yes.
Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Item 76 is authorization to amend contract with Human Services Campus Incorporated doing business as Keys to Change. I'll turn to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move to continue this item until our July 2nd, 2025 meeting. And then I have some questions for Inger.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Thank you, Mayor. Inger, we just voted for a tax increase on our residents, in part to help cover our nearly $27 million of ongoing costs to provide services and shelters to our homeless population. Keys for Change is almost a third of that continuing annual cost. We have a responsibility to be good stewards of these taxpayer dollars and ensure oversight and accountability with our vendors. Last year, I fought for a board seat on CASA's board for this very reason, and that is what I'm seeking here. Staff has approached me with concerns about Keys for Change and their financial issues, citing a lack of continuous transparency and worries regarding operating deficits. Can you tell me if Keys for Change has ever expressed concerns to us related to a financial deficit they were facing?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, I recall hearing last year there was a situation. I have Annette Medina here if she wants to come up and give more examples on that, but I did hear that last year from the staff, concerns about dollars.
Okay.
But she can speak directly to it.
Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council. Thank you, Vice Mayor O'Brien. Can you repeat that question?
Have there been concerns related to, financial concerns related to Keys for Change deficits, a financial deficit that they were facing? Did they share information with us regarding some of their financial concerns?
Yes. Some of the concerns that were expressed were an overall deficit of $5 million.
Okay, thank you. Additionally, I understand that there were some concerns related to vendors at our safe outdoor space not receiving payment and some of the staff walking off. Can you explain what happened, Inger?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, apparently there was a period of time where the security guards were not being paid, and so they walked off the job, and we had to get another company there. In the meantime, the police was able to provide that security for those couple of hours that it took to get a new security company.
Okay, thank you for that information. To date, we've now had 3 meetings with the leadership of Keys for Change, who state that it is a bad practice for a funder to have a seat at the table. Inger, how many other boards does the city have seats on?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, several. Some examples include CAS, Arizona Science Center, Phoenix Zoo, Trellis, United Way, Arizona, or the Phoenix Art Museum. So the variety of different kinds of boards that we sit on and that we fund or they're on our properties.
Thank you for elaborating on that. I think that our efforts with other boards have proved that we have good working relationships and partnerships. I'm disappointed that our continued meetings have not been more fruitful with them. I am concerned given the items that we just talked about, and I hope that this next couple of weeks will give us time to work towards a better solution for both the city and Keys.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Inger, I just have a quick question, and maybe this is not just for Inger, but any staff can take it. I'm a newer member to council, right? So I don't know the particular in and outs of how we are proper stewards of our taxpaying dollars into service providers. I hope what I'm hearing is not that we don't have a structure for oversight into service providers that we are sustaining, because I share similar concerns, and I think that we need to make sure we address those concerns without interrupting services, because there's still people that need services. So how can we do that to make sure that we as a city and are investing our taxpaying dollars into helping people, that help is actually happening?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, we do have other structures where we look at the contract and we monitor contracts, things of that nature. I think what we're trying to get here is a little bit more transparency, where we can be involved in the decision making, and also even if it's not a voting seat, we can at least know what's going on and provide that kind of feedback that would help us make a better resource for the community. So I think we want to just have a seat at the table.
Okay, thank you so much, Inger. I think that it is in our best interest to make sure that we are seeing quickly addressing any issues. I agree with Vice Mayor, that concerns have been shared. As the campus is in District 7, I would expect my office to be fully participating into whatever structure we create to make sure that our concerns are being addressed and that services are being provided and we are getting the most impact with the funding that we're putting into the service providers.
Councilwoman Hodge Washington. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to just piggyback on the sentiments. It is very important. As mentioned, we are the largest government funder to that project. And it's not only just our funding, but it also, for me, is very important as we see that Keys for Change is closing beds. And I think we need to have some insight into that and have some kind of say into it, because as mentioned, it is right here in the city of Phoenix. We have some obligations that also coincide with our settlement of the litigation with the business owners around that area and the homeowners. And I just want to make sure that we actually have some insight into this. I understand that they have to operate in a manner that they believe to be fiscally responsible, but we all should have some insight into that. I think they closed 110 beds in June, and they anticipate closing another 170 in the fall. And I think it is important for us to have this information as we work out a plan. This is one of the most important issues in our community, addressing our homeless population, and we just need to be more involved. So I just wanted to echo my sentiments and support for our continued advocacy for some level of representation on the board, whether if it whether or not it is a voting member or a non-voting member, but for us to have some insight into this as we provide a significant portion of the budget for the operation of this facility. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Pastor.
Thank you, Mayor. We went through this process with Cass. Am I correct? Okay. And we were able, in this process, as you had stated, there are several boards that we sit on. And it doesn't necessarily mean we're always a voting member, but we sit on the board to be able to hear the challenges, to hear what they're facing, but also to hear what is working well, or to see where there's improvement, or more than likely to further partner up with other departments. So I would need some clarity and understanding why the resistance, or am I hearing correctly that we will be sitting on the board?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, we've been in discussion with the organization, but so far we've not had success on getting either a voting or a non-voting seat.
Okay, so I think it's highly important that we really push this discussion. We want to be good stewards of our funding, but we also want to have a voice, or at least awareness of what is happening. There are some challenges. The keys for change, it's just the same way as I look at CBI and the discussion that we had about CBI. And so I don't think services should be stopped, but where there will be a certain point where services may not be renewed because of the dialogue that we want to have. And so I highly encourage that we continue the conversation. It's important to us, and it's important to the community also. So thank you.
Yeah, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, just had a follow-up at something that Councilmember Hodge Washington stated or brought up. Do we know if anybody from the campus is here by chance? I don't think we do, right? Could we ask, because I'm a little concerned with hearing that beds are closing, so would we be able to get information on if there are beds that are closing, are those just because of funding? Are those ARPA dollars that are ending? Like, what is the financial resources that are impacting those beds to close? I just would be curious about more information on that. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor, members of the council. Councilwoman Hernandez, the beds that Councilwoman Hodge Washington is referring to are the beds from St. Vincent de Paul related to weather relief. So some of those beds already closed in June. The other beds that are going to close at the end of September. The only way that those would remain open is if we or another provider were to continue to fund them.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councilwoman Hodge Washington.
Thank you. My clarifying question is, has Keys to Change asked for additional resources to extend those beds? Because it's my understanding that earlier this year, they indicated they did not need additional funding from the city because they were not going to be able to handle caseload. Is it possible to provide some clarification on that for me?
Yes, Councilwoman Hodge Washington, you are correct about the $625,000 for the campus. The reason that was returned was because they indicated they were not able to spend that by the end of the fiscal year.
And I just wanted you to clarify that so there's no misconception about whether or not the City of Phoenix has continued to be a willing partner with the Keys for Change. What we're talking about here is being more involved and having more insight and having a say into these operational decisions, given the fact that the operation exists in the city and it affects primarily city residents. So we just wanted to be better partners. I just wanted that clarification as well. So I don't think it's a small notion that we are going to be losing that significant number of beds. And I think we should be able to incorporate that into our plans as we move forward. So that was a point of me articulating my concern. So thank you for clarifying. Thank you, Mayor, again.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I thank my colleagues for their questions. As I stated, we have had 3 meetings, and I had hoped leadership for Keys for Change would come down today to speak to my concerns, as well as the conversations that we have been having, and take the opportunity to address the council to support the continuation of their contract. It is unfortunate that they are not here, and it leaves me with a very much a concern regarding their willingness and ability to provide the services that they've committed to us and the members of the unhoused population. So I feel very strongly that we have a non-voting board seat, as we have on CAS and many other boards, as we just heard from Inger. So the continuance is an effort to make sure that we have time to have that conversation and come to an agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is a continuance to our next council meeting. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Passes unanimously. Item 78 is Maryville Parkway Terrace. I'll turn to Councilwoman Guardado for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to approve item 78.
Second.
The motion and a second, and I'll recognize the Councilwoman for comments.
Thank you. The upcoming construction project at the Maryville Parkway apartment community is set to bring several meaningful improvements that will directly enhance the quality of life for senior residents in District 5. The addition of a shaded ramada will provide a comfortable outdoor space where seniors can relax, socialize, or enjoy fresh air. The asphalt refinish will create safer, smoother walkways and driveways, reducing tripping hazards and making it easier for those using walkers, canes, or wheelchairs to get around. Additionally, the introduction of a dog run offers a safe and closed space for pet owners to exercise and interact with their dogs, encouraging light physical activity and fostering a sense of community. These enhancements are only a few of the items we can expect from this project, and they reflect a thoughtful investment in accessibility, safety, and social connection for our senior residents, and I am delighted to see this work be invested in our senior community. I would like to take a moment to thank Deputy City Manager Gina Montes, Office of Heat Response and Mitigation for their leadership on this project, and the Housing Department as well. It's going to be a great project. We've been looking forward to this for a little while now, so I'm excited to see this happening now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Big meeting for housing. Item 82 is the co-development partner for the Moreland Affordable Housing Development Project. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve item number 82.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I'll turn to Councilwoman Hodge Washington for comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to take a moment to sincerely thank and recognize our Housing Department for their continued commitment to addressing the urgent need and ongoing need for affordable housing in our city, particularly in our downtown core. The Moreland development represents not just bricks and mortar, but a chance to build community, one that welcomes back former residents, supports working families, and ensures that people from all incomes have a dignified place to live. The inclusion of project-based vouchers for returning residents and those from the Edison Eastlake Choice neighborhoods are intentional and well-thought-out plans for our community that foster connectivity and opportunity. This is a type of thoughtful, equitable development that Phoenix needs more of. Projects that center residents, embrace mixed income, and and build with permanence and purpose. Again, thank you to the housing team for their partnership, and I look forward to seeing this transformative project move forward.
Thank you so much. Did we get a second? We did. A motion and a second. Roll call.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring, O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
All right. More housing. Item 83 is the Helen Drake Senior Center Affordable Housing Redevelopment Project. Councilwoman Guardado.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion on item 83.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and I'll recognize the councilwoman for comments.
Thank you. Another wonderful housing opportunity for seniors in District 5. This project supports the city's goal to build and preserve more affordable housing by 2030 and redeveloping city-owned land with affordable or mixed-income housing. This redevelopment project is an example of the kind of housing opportunities we can create through meaningful partnerships. The Helen Drake Village project will create 80 affordable rental homes for seniors on unused land next to the Helen Drake Senior Center. These homes will be available to seniors with lower incomes, helping provide safe and affordable places to live near important community services. I am happy to see this redevelopment project making progress and securing home funds to assist with the construction of this project. Also want a huge thank you to the Northglenn Square Neighborhood Association that went door to door talking to their neighbors about the vision that they had about hopefully being able to welcome a lot of the neighbors that will be hopefully exiting from the Haven and into this project. This is a community that has definitely done a lot of work along 27th Avenue, around Innovation 27, and I am very excited to see them continuing and saying, yes, in my backyard, yes, let's bring in all of our neighbors, and let's build different type of housing in our neighborhood. So big kudos to them, and as well want to thank Deputy City Manager Gina Montes, Housing Department as well, TRG Arizona, and everyone else that was part of making this project happen. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Roll call. Oh, I'm sorry, we have a speaker. Diane Barker, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor Kate, City Council. I'm Diane Barker, and I reside in District 7 with Anna Hernandez. And I'm just a simple statement. I support affordable housing. I know that the city has had initiatives since, before and even 2020 that now with the goals, and I have been pulled up different listings of real estate the city had, and I think the city is looking more to use our land. But the bottom line on this particular property, have not been there, the Drake, but I do hear that the company that's doing this, I believe I had heard that over at the Affordable Housing. I think they probably are following the different policies. I'm here to say that we need city oversight. The city has sustainability goals, and I believe we can do more and need to do more into putting that into policies when we have these third parties that are handling the leasing of these properties. I think that these people that are the residents have, probably ideas for sustainability. None of this, and I've lived in affordable housing for 12 years in District 7, it's never brought up, and we're the highest certification for environment. That is sad. We need to, as a community, move forward with sustainability and goals, and people not to just look at the value that they're moving into affordable housing, that it's cheap housing. We should be very grateful for having housing, and I want to remind you that.
Thank you so much. That concludes the public comment. Roll call.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring, O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Next, we go to item 94, which is the consolidated plan for 25 to 29 and the 25-26 annual action plan, our submission to HUD. So more housing. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve item 94.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, noting that Councilwoman Pastor will not be participating in this vote. Roll call.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring, O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Do not worry, we are not done with housing, but we're taking a brief break for the fiscal year 25-30 public art plan. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve item 102.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I'll turn to Councilwoman Pastor for comments.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is actually an uplifting item and a fun item. As public art reflects and uplifts our communities, it tells a story of our neighborhoods, honors our cultures, and invites people to take pride in Phoenix. This is a $24 million investment in creativity and community. The public art plan includes funding for 45 projects across Phoenix. That's 45 opportunities to transform public spaces, support local artists, and engage residents in shaping their neighborhoods. It also includes youth in this whole process. West Phoenix deserves this. Sueño Park on the west side of my district is receiving $160,000 to commission a new artwork. This was asked by the community. They were at a Sueño Park ribbon cutting, and they asked for some of these items. The park, like many spaces in West Phoenix, have been overlooked for too long. This investment is a meaningful step in giving the community the love and attention it deserves. It also has the McDowell Road Revitalization Project. I'm proud that $300,000 is included in this plan to support public art as part of the broader effort of McDowell Road. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. This one is an exciting item at an exciting time for public art. We're moving forward with some very important bond investments. We are also celebrating the Sombra project, which is bringing public art and shade to our parks and has gotten some really positive attention at not just a local level, but even as far away as international. So good news there. This investment is throughout the city of Phoenix, from Paradise Valley Park to Rio area along the riverfront. So look forward to moving this forward. Roll call.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring, O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
All right, more housing. Item 107 is the issuance of multifamily housing revenue construction permanent note for the Wild Rose Flats Project Series 2025. But do we have a motion?
I would like to move item 107. Second.
We have a motion and a second. I'll turn to Councilwoman Pastor.
Yes, this is another exciting project. This development directly addresses the housing crisis by providing safe, high-quality homes for families earning at or below 60% of our area median income, and will serve a wide range of household sizes, making sure working families, single parents, and multi-generational households all have access to stable housing. Local economic impact is important. This project will create local jobs during construction and bring long-term stability to this area with a 50-year ground lease. I'm proud to support Wild Rose Flats project, along with continuation of partnering with Isaac School District, which will bring 72 new affordable housing units in District 4. This housing is desperately needed in District 4 and in Phoenix. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we get a second?
I second.
Thank you, Councilwoman Stark. The meeting moves thanks to you. Roll call.
Guardado,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson?
Yes.
Stark?
Yes.
Waring? O'Brien?
Yes.
Gallego?
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
All right, item 148 is the biennial certified audit of land use assumptions, infrastructure improvement plan and development fees.
I move to approve.
It's not approval.
I think this one's just a public hearing. Does anyone require a staff report? All right. Open the public hearing. We do not have anyone here to comment. We'll close the public hearing. All right. Next, we go on to 149, and we'll begin by asking the city clerk to read the title.
Item 149 is for ordinance G7397, an ordinance amending Chapter 9-1 of the City Code by repealing the existing Phoenix Construction Code on file with the city clerk and replacing said code by adopting 15 model codes with amendments by the city as the new Phoenix Construction Code and establishing effective date and providing for application of exceptions.
Thank you so much on that. This, again, is the adoption of the 2024 Phoenix Building and Construction Code. Want to recognize a huge number of people who have been involved in this, including a group of citizens who have worked very hard, and Councilwoman Stark has done an amazing effort. I will turn to her for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt the 2024 Phoenix Building Construction Code with amendments.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We will open the public hearing, and some of the folks who've been very involved with this are with us here today. We are grateful for your service to our city. We will begin with Will Green, followed by Dana Kennedy. And if folks could please close the door as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Will Green. I'm with the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, or SWEEP. SWEEP's mission is to advance energy efficiency within utility programs, building codes, and in regulatory proceedings and lawmaking. And this includes supporting transportation electrification due to its superior outcomes for consumers on consumer costs, conservation of resources, public health, and climate benefits, and more. SWEEP supports adoption of the 2024 Building Construction Code with amendments, and specifically, we support the inclusion of the Appendix NE to the International Residential Code, which will result in new single-family and townhomes having electric vehicle capability and readiness. As the EV market grows, more people will consider having EV charging in their home to be a basic necessity akin to other appliances that we enjoy today. And Appendix NE ensures the choice of an electric vehicle will be reasonably possible, and so it enhances consumer choice. The public benefits of at-home EV charging are clear. It enables nighttime charging when the grid is off-peak and less stressed, and will reduce the need for public investments in community charging systems. This measure is a necessity if the city wishes to fulfill its EV goals, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your work on this issue. Dana Kennedy is next, followed by Josh Munoz.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I feel like I could have signed in and supported so many of the issues you voted on today. My name is Dana Kennedy. I'm the State Director for AARP Arizona, and I represent 100,000 members here in the city of Phoenix. And I'm here today to urge you to require universal design in all new housing developments. In Phoenix, over 20% of residents live with a disability, and many more are aging or raising young families. Yet, too much of our housing is built with barriers like steps, narrow doorways, and inaccessible bathrooms. Universal design means homes that work for everyone, with features like step-free entries, wider doorways. These aren't luxury upgrades. They're smart, cost-effective choices that allow people to live safely and independently, no matter their age or ability. Let's lead the way in building a Phoenix where no one is forced out of their home because of poor design. Please prioritize housing that's livable for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Josh Munoz is next, followed by Daryl.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
My name is Josh Munoz. I'm the Associate Director of Public Policy for First Place Arizona. We are a nonprofit organization that supports in community and housing options for individuals with autism and intellectual and developmental disabilities. I want to express our strong support for the proposed amendment. And while the inclusive home design features outlined in the proposal benefit many populations, especially those that are of older ages, they are especially critical for individuals with developmental disabilities who often experience co-occurring physical, sensory, and mobility-related challenges. Features like accessible entrances, reinforced bathrooms, and reachable controls are not simply conveniences. They are fundamental to ensuring safety, independence, and long-term stability at the home. These modest design considerations, when incorporated up front, help prevent expensive retrofits and reduce displacement later on in life. So we applaud the City of Phoenix for leading on this issue and respectfully support the adoption as a meaningful step towards greater accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Daryl is next, followed by Francis.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. As a person with multiple disabilities, a community advocate, and a Phoenix resident, I'm extremely excited for today's passage of the updated building codes by the council. These will add important and much-needed accessible features to all new housing throughout the city. I'm very thankful to Mayor Gallego, Councilwoman Stark, and the city staff who demonstrated political will and the passionate, strong leadership to get this across the finish line. To me, this is my ADA moment, as it's so meaningful to me, and I know it'll have a huge positive impact lasting for folks in Phoenix now and for the future. I and the disability community have been advocating for this for 25 years, since 2000, for these changes. The housing industry is finally seeing that these added features are not just for a small niche population, but it's profitable for developers, investors, realtors, and it's in the best interest in the entire community. The new housing units that we're building today in 2025 will last at least 70 years. Americans are now moving every 7 years, unlike my mother, who still lives in the same house where I grew up with. Therefore, at least 10 families will move in and out of these units, and I guarantee you that at least one of these families will benefit from these added accessible features. This will save taxpayer money, reduce falls and hospitalizations, and costly institutional placements, allowing people to age in place in the community of their choice independently. This is a proven, cost-effective, good public policy, and I'm thrilled to see Phoenix's leadership once again. My hope and belief is that other cities throughout the valley and state will follow along in the very near future. Thanks so much. Appreciate everybody's work.
Thank you, Daryl. And Daryl was the one who brought these changes to my attention, so thank you for your hard work to help us be a better city. We appreciate your service. We will next go to Francis, followed by Nicole Anderson.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. My name is Frances Haynes. I'm an attorney and a registered lobbyist. I'm here on behalf of Schindler Elevator, and I would like to make a point of clarification. The motion to approve agenda item 140.
I'll clarify the motion in a moment. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I wanted to take a little bit of time to just state how much we appreciate the TIP committee members suggesting that we speak with the city staff, which we've done, and we support the withdrawal of the 2.7.5.1 ASME code proposed amendment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We will next go to the chair of our MCDI, the Mayor's Commission on Disability Issues, Nicole Anderson, who will be followed by Kevin Brinkman.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mayor Gallego and members of the council. My name is Nicole Anderson, and as Mayor Gallego mentioned, I am the chair of the Mayor's Commission on Disability Issues, and I've had the pleasure of serving on that commission for the past several years. I'm here today to voice my support for the approval of the 2024 Building Construction Code, and most important to me, the revised Inclusive Home Design Amendment that was also developed by our strategic work group on accessibility, of which I'm also a member, and that is such a privilege to serve on. A personal story here, in 2016, when my husband and I were building a new home in North Phoenix, we received news that changed our lives. Our 15-month-old daughter was diagnosed with a rare condition. It's known as Pitt-Hopkins syndrome, and doctors at PCH told us that she would likely never walk or talk. In the midst of our grief, we acted. I immediately reached out to our home builder superintendent to request accessible modifications, wider doorways, a zero threshold entrance so that her wheelchair could get through her own front door. Unfortunately, it was a complicated and frustrating process, but it was absolutely necessary, and I know I'm not alone. Basic accessibility features like that entrance and wider doors should not be considered luxury upgrades. They should be standard features. They're affordable, practical, and they serve a growing need. And if we're lucky, every one of us will grow older, and we should age in place, as my colleague Daryl mentioned. Universal home designs are not only practical, they're also cost effective when incorporated during the initial design phase and not when they're forced to be retrofitted later. I conclude with this ensures that more homes are built to accommodate people at every stage of life, including veterans, children with disabilities, and individuals recovering from injury or illness. Let's work together to make Phoenix a truly barrier-free and accessible city, one of vision in which I know Mayor Gallego and so many of us commissioners believe that can be a very true reality very soon. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Nicole, for your leadership. Kevin is next, followed by Deborah. Kevin Brinkman.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council members for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kevin Brinkman. I represent the National Elevator Industry Incorporated. We work with all the major elevator manufacturers in the U.S., and we've been working with the city members on the revisions to the building code, specifically related to A17.1, the elevator code. We support the proposed building code with the deletion of 2.7.5.1, which was my understanding was going to be part of the amendment. And we will continue to work with the city and help them with any concerns they may still have with the ASME elevator code. So I appreciate your time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Deborah, followed by Jacqueline. I'm sorry, next is Deborah. Jacqueline is a later agenda item.
I cede my time. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I lost Jacqueline. I'm sorry,
I cede my
Deborah.
time. Thank you.
Deborah, could you start over? What?
She conceded her time.
Thank you. All right, so that is all of our speakers then? All right. Well, thank you for that testimony. Really important process. Councilwoman Stark and her committee have put us in a really important position in terms of accessibility. We have great partners, including First Place, that have helped us become international leaders, and we're taking a key step. Some of this is just basic dignity. Can you go to a friend's house and have a bathroom that you can use? Others is the ability to age in place or move forward with an injury. So, Councilwoman, we are grateful for your leadership and your committee's leadership. It's also a very important vote related to sustainability. Timely that it happens while we are having a hot summer, and this will help us do our part to reduce energy bills and to make sure that we invest in sustainable technology. So with that, I will turn to our leader on this item, Councilwoman Stark.
Thank you so much. And let me just restate the motion is to approve per the June 13, 2025 memo from the Planning and Development Director and adopt the related ordinance. I think the speaker said it so well. This is really about being inclusive, making sure that our homes are welcoming to all. I am committed that in the future, we will also work with various organizations to make sure we can retrofit homes as well, and we'll continue to proceed to find grant money to do that. I mentioned several years ago to the mayor that I was in the process of senior-proofing my house. Now, I know everyone baby-proofs their house, but when you get to my age, you start thinking about senior-proofing and making sure you can accommodate for grab bars and that you can still age in your house and enjoy your house. And so I really especially appreciate the comments from Dana. AARP has done a lot in this arena, and I really want to thank Daryl. This is, I know, is a dream come true for you. 25 years you've been working on it, and I really got to say thank you so much. And thank you to the rest of our committee. I see Matt in the back, and he's smiling. I really want to thank Planning and Development. I know I put you through a lot. We kept making additional amendments because we did work with the home builders. We wanted to make sure that we were addressing affordable housing while putting in these various amendments. And I will tell you, the home builders did step up. I know they weren't entirely happy because they don't necessarily always like regulation. It's a philosophical issue, but they did step up, and I do appreciate it. And I think we have a fine balance between affordable housing and accessible housing. And so, Mayor, I am just quite honored to be a part of this process. I know I'm going to enjoy aging in place in my house. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to second the amended motion that she made, and then if I might, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
I would like to say congratulations to Councilwoman Stark on this, all of this work, along with the commission members. Your leadership, especially in planning and development and housing, is always the best, and so we appreciate all your work. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hodge Washington.
Thank you, Mayor. I too wanted to echo my gratitude to Councilman Starks, as well as the Strategic Work Group on Accessibility and the Planning and Development for their efforts in making our homes more accessible, especially for those individuals as they age in place. These are common sense, small changes that allow individuals to be able to age in their home. It makes the home more usable for individuals, whether it's a stroller or a wheelchair. These are the kinds of thoughtful improvement that help people stay in their homes longer. It helps save homeowners tens of thousands of dollars in the future. And accessibility shouldn't be treated as a luxury or an afterthought. I really want to thank all of the organizations that came together. And as Councilwoman Stark mentioned, the home builders at one point were not in favor, but I also want to thank them for understanding and coming around to that we're not necessarily trying to just regulate you. We're trying to ensure that our residents are able to not have to seek another home or make expensive renovations to be safe in their home. So thank you, Councilwoman, for your efforts on this. Thank you to the Planning and Development staff, as well as thank you to the Strategic Work Group on Accessibility for all of the work that went into this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Congratulations, Stark. Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Thank you to everyone who was involved in this very important update. And now we have more housing. Item 150 is related to multifamily housing conversion of different types of property into housing. Does anyone like a staff report? All right. We will open the public hearing. We do not have anyone to testify, so we will close the public hearing. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve per the Planning Commission recommendation and adopt the related ordinance.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilwoman Hodge Washington.
Thank you, Mayor. I just think it might be helpful to take a moment to clarify to our residents that this item is not necessarily something that the City of Phoenix initiated independently. that the text amendment is a direct response to new mandates passed by the Arizona State Legislature through House Bill 2297 and 2110. We are adjusting our zoning ordinance not by choice, but in order to stay compliant with state law. While we understand the intention behind the legislation to address the housing shortage, this amendment represents a shift in local control, and I want our residents to understand where these changes are coming from.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And this item did not go through our normal process. It did not go through the Village Planning Commissions for consultation, so came quite quickly per state. Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Thank you. We now go to item 153. This is a citizen petition, and we'll begin with the petitioner, Estela Varela, and I'll ask our interpreter to say that statement in Spanish.
Yes, Mayor. Vamos a pasar ahora a el siguiente punto de la agenda. Vamos a comenzar primeramente con la peticionaria Estela Varela.
Buenas tardes, miembros del Consejo. Mi nombre es Estela y vivo en el Distrito 5. Hoy estamos aquí para escuchar el voto de los concejales de la ciudad de Phoenix hacia una resolución para comunidades prósperas. El alcalde Gallegos prometió que el Departamento de Policía no colaboraría con las deportaciones masivas de la nueva administración Trump, y sin embargo, es exactamente lo que está sucediendo. Nosotros como organización, Poder en Acción, hablamos con la comunidad todos los días y ellos están expresándonos sobre el miedo que están pasando, donde hablan de sus seres queridos. Sus seres queridos han sido arrestados en sus trabajos, en las tiendas de supermercados, gasolinerías, y solamente por perfil racial sin tener un récord criminal. Pero aún así son detenidos y llevados a la Cuarta Avenida, donde sabemos que en la Cuarta Avenida está ICE y que siempre ha estado y directamente los envían con ellos para ser deportados inmediatamente. Es algo muy triste. Pensar que hoy sales a trabajar o sales a comprar los alimentos para tus hijos con mucho temor de que ya no vas a regresar a casa por ser detenido o deportado. Ya no queremos separaciones de familias. Somos personas que venimos a trabajar y a contribuir con el país. Esta resolución es para comunidades prósperas y esta resolución toma medidas para proteger a los miembros de la comunidad de perfil racial por parte de agencias policiales. Esta resolución tiene puntos muy importantes donde especifica que si cometes una infracción de tráfico menor, ya sea manejar sin licencia, un vidrio roto de tu carro o foco fundido, etcétera, etcétera, o problemas de calidad de vida, no seas arrestado y solamente tengas que pagar un ticket. O llevado a la Cuarta Avenida y al aprobar esta resolución, vamos a poder avanzar hacia un Phoenix donde todos puedan prosperar y donde todos lleguen a casa sanos y salvos. Al final del día, todos merecemos estar seguros y regresar a casa después de una jornada de trabajo. Gracias.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Estela Varela, and I live in District 5. We're here to listen to the council's vote. Mayor Gallego, she promised that the police would not be cooperating with the deportations with the new administration, which is Trump's administration. But that's exactly what's happening. As an organization, Poder en Acción, we speak to the community every day, and we're hearing about the fear. They talk about their loved ones. Their loved ones have been arrested at work, at the supermarkets, gas stations, and only because they're racial profiling. But they're still being taken to 4th Avenue, and we know what's there, ICE. They've always been there, and they're just there to deport people right away. And it's sad. Whether you go out to work, to go to buy food for your kids with the fear that you're not going to go back because you got detained or deported. We don't want to separate families anymore. We're only the type of people that want to come here and contribute to the country. This resolution is for prosperous communities to protect members of the community from the racial profiling from the police. So this resolution has many important points where it specifies that if you commit a traffic violation, whether it be having no license, a broken headlight, a windshield, we ask not to get arrested, just get a ticket. By approving this resolution, we're gonna be able to progress to a Phoenix where everybody can be prosperous, where we can all be safe and sane. We all wanna be safe and be the type of person we can go back home after a day's work. Thank you.
Gracias. Nadia Morales y Italia Cuevas, próxima.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Nidia Morales y estoy apoyando aquí por mis nietos, para que en Estados Unidos vuelva a ser libre, apoyando también a esas personas trabajadoras para que nuestra nación y que se respeten nuestros derechos constitucionales, no importa de qué estatus migratorio tengamos. Por favor, no separen familias. ¿Qué está pasando? A las personas de migración aquí me están parando, a los que traen sus chalecos anaranjados, a los que nos miran como hispanos. Entonces eso es racial. Por favor, ayúdenos a que volvamos a ser unidos como era hace muchos años. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Nidia Morales, and I'm here for my grandchildren in support of them, and for the United States so that it can become free again. Supporting also those people that are working so that our nation can be prosperous and so that our constitutional rights be respected, no matter what immigration status you may own. Please, don't separate families. What's happening? Immigration, who are they stopping? Are they stopping those people with those orange vests? The ones that see us as Hispanics? So that's profiling, that's being racist. Please help us. Let's become united again like we once were many years ago. Thank you.
Italia Cuevas y Irma Pacheco.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Italia Miranda Cuevas, soy una mujer transgénero migrante. El día de hoy vengo con Transcor Pueblo. En Transcor Pueblo es una comunidad autónoma en Phoenix que se dedica a luchar por la justicia racial y de género y se concentra en la organización de bases. Nos gobernamos colectivamente entre nuestra membresía de más de 500 personas LGBT+, migrantes, documentados e indocumentados de color. Trabajamos para transformar esta ciudad hacia valores de hermandad, familia, autonomía, autodeterminación y liberación. Hoy estamos aquí para alzar la voz de nuestra membresía que se encuentra en el centro de las injusticias y al margen de los recursos. Como comunidad LGBTQ+, estamos experimentando una oleada de odio y leyes injustas. Y este clima político está normalizando el secuestro de nuestros hermanos y los políticos no están haciendo nada. Sabemos que los políticos nos dirán que la policía y migra no colaboran, pero nosotros sabemos y vivimos completamente lo contrario. Por este motivo, nosotros estamos apoyando la resolución para comunidades prósperas. Esta resolución es una invitación para que el Consejo de la Ciudad de Phoenix haga lo que prometió, que es cuidar de sus ciudadanos. La propuesta reduce las interacciones con la polimigra y asegura que nuestras comunidades no son separadas. Muchas gracias.
Good
Irma
afternoon.
Pacheco. Oh,
My name is Italia Miranda Cuevas. I'm a migrant. Today I come with the people. It's an autonomous community in Phoenix dedicated to fighting for racial and gender justice and focusing on grassroots organizing. We're a collective group with over 500 members, 500 LGBT members, plus documented and undocumented. And even people of color. We work to transform the city for a brotherhood, for an autonomy, for determination and liberation. We're here to raise the voice of our membership, which is in the middle of all of this injustice. As a community, we are experiencing a wave of hatred and unjust laws, and this political climate is normalizing the kidnapping of our brothers and sisters, and the politicians are doing nothing. We know that politicians will tell us that the police and immigration don't cooperate, but we know of the experiences that it's a complete opposite. And for this reason, we're supporting the resolution for prosperous communities. This resolution is an invitation to the Phoenix City Council to do what it is promised to do, which is to take care of its citizens. The proposal reduces interactions with immigrations and ensures that our communities are not separated. Thank you very much.
Senora Pacheco and Natasha Chavez.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Irma Pacheco. Yo soy hija de un padre bracero que en los años 50 abandonó a su familia, abandonó a su nación para venir a construir un gran país aquí en Estados Unidos. En aquel tiempo necesitaban la mano de obra y era muy conveniente traer a gente de México para acá. Yo soy migrante. El 7 de enero me hice ciudadana y me siento muy orgullosa de estar en este país, de seguir las leyes y respetar las leyes de Estados Unidos. Pero me siento muy triste de ver cómo mi gente que ha trabajado duramente sea discriminada, no le den la oportunidad de un ticket, de un warning y se los llevan directamente arrestados, como si fueran unos animales. Y no lo somos. Y si esto no les mueve para pasar esta resolución, se han dado cuenta que en los supermercados están solos, las calles están solas. La economía no se está moviendo. Por favor, aprueben esta resolución. Yo les quiero decir a todos estos jóvenes que están acá que hubo un tiempo en Phoenix que tuvimos grandes líderes. Estamos hablando de nuestra querida Rose Mofford, de Guadalupe Huerta y de nuestro amadísimo Ed Pastor. Es tiempo de que los líderes que están acá tomen el liderazgo que tomó Ed Pastor, que nunca se mordió la lengua, ni le dio vergüenza de hablar español, ni de defender a su comunidad hispana. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Irma Pacheco. I'm a daughter of a bracero father who abandoned his family in the 1950s, abandoned his own nation to come and build a great country here in the United States. At that time, they needed labor. And it was very convenient to bring people from Mexico here. I'm a migrant. On January 7th, I became a citizen, and I feel very proud to be in this country, to follow the laws and respect the laws of the United States. But I feel also very sad to see how my people who have worked hard are discriminated against. They don't give them the opportunity to get a warning ticket and are instead arrested as if they were animals. And we're not. And if this doesn't move you to pass this resolution, have you noticed that the supermarkets, they're empty. The streets are empty. The economy, it's not moving. So please approve this resolution. I want to tell you about these young people here that there was a time in Phoenix and we had great leaders. We're talking about our beloved Rose Mefford, Guadalupe Huerta, and our beloved Ed Pastor. It's time for the leaders here to take the lead that we're taking. We have never held back, or we've never been ashamed to speak Spanish or to defend the Hispanic community, the same as Mr. Pastor took. Thank you very much.
Natasha is next, followed by Saida Banyo.
Hello, members of the City Council. My name is Natasha Chavez. I'm a resident of District 7, and I'm here to speak in favor of the resolution. Especially during this time, we have seen many of our neighbors, friends, and folks in our city have been affected by what has been happening with deportation. And just the fact of living in fear, even if it's not for themselves, it is for someone they know. I'm sure every single one of you on the City Council have heard stories from your own folks in your own districts, and I'm sure those stories have touched you in many ways. And this is why we're here to make a plea to the City Council to show the City of Phoenix and show your residents that they do not have to live in fear and that we do not stand with racial profiling and deportations and police violence. And so that's one reason I would like you guys to vote yes on this resolution and to please support the thriving communities to help prevent racial profiling from police violence, deportations, and to make sure every single member of our city feels safe, loved, and respected in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Saida is next, followed by Liz.
Hello, everyone. My name is Saida. I live in City Council District 7. Here to just ask for y'all to hear the community. Community is clear. We want you to pass this resolution. Thank you, and I see the rest of my time.
Thank you. Liz is next, followed by Yolanda.
Good afternoon. My name is Liz, and I live in District 7, and I'm here in support of the community, in support of my family, and I ask you all to support the Thriving Communities Bill. Especially right now at this time, there's so much happening. There's a cooperation with Phoenix PD and ICE cooperating with each other to disappear our families, to hurt our communities. And so I ask you today to really think about that and stand with the community. Thank you.
Yolanda is next, followed by Monica.
Hello, my name's Yolanda. I'm from District 4. In my community, ICE agents came and took 200 people who were hardworking, innocent people. The ICE agents they're not officially federal agents. They cover their faces. They use brutality, force. They're stalking, assaulting, and battery, terrorizing community. They're violating the U.S. Constitution. They're violating existing laws by kidnapping, forced entry into homes, businesses, and cars, physical, sexual assault. 9 people died in the concentration camps. I can't remember what they're called. They're getting paid $1,000 per person, so that's extortion. They're impersonating federal officials, which they're not. And they're racial profiling, and they're using violence against innocent people, even children and women, the most vulnerable people they can find. They target, they stalk, they follow them, they go directly to them, and they take them by force. And it's criminal. It's all criminal. They're committing crimes. They are the criminals. We are innocent people who pay our taxes. According to the Congressional Budget Office, we pay more taxes in the community. We pay more taxes in the nation than the 1% or billion-dollar corporations. And the IRS proves it. The Institute of Taxation and Economic Policy proves it. And we're being treated like we're nothing. Thank you.
Monica is next, followed by Isabel.
Hello, City Council members, Mayor. My name is Monica. I lived in District 2 and 3 most of my life, and I'm here to speak in favor of the resolution for thriving communities. This is an opportunity for you, council members and mayor, to show your constituents that you are listening and will do what is needed to protect Phoenix residents. And quite frankly, we're asking for the bare minimum. If you vote against the resolution today, you will be sending a clear message to all residents of Phoenix that you do not care about our needs or well-being. You're also sending the message that we should start looking for new council members and a new mayor that will listen. Lastly, before you give us the usual response that Phoenix PD isn't working with ICE and that city resources aren't being used for raids, we know that isn't true. We have witnesses ourselves. So I urge you to spare us the excuses and the lies. Thank you.
Isabel is next, followed by Jenny.
Hello, my name is Isabel, and I live in District 7. I have lived in South Phoenix all of my life, and I love this city. I want Phoenix to be a thriving, safe, and sustainable place for my family to live for generations to come. Violence from police and immigration enforcement and policing in general cannot be part of that beautiful Phoenix of the future. Yet we continue to hear heartbreaking stories from Phoenix residents of the violence they are experiencing from the collaboration of Phoenix Police and ICE. Families are being separated, people are being abducted, and communities are being destabilized due to this policing. Mayor Gallego, you promised that the Phoenix Police Department wouldn't help with Trump's mass deportation effort, and yet that is exactly what's happening. More than 50 people since the start of the year have been deported after being arrested by Phoenix police. Under Trump, the deportations, violence, racial profiling, and mass incarceration by Phoenix police will only get worse. This resolution is a step that y'all can take today to intervene in this violence. It's a way that y'all can protect the most vulnerable who are at the highest risk of arrest, who are at the highest risk of mass incarceration and of deportations. This is a step, a bold step that you can take to protect people from this, from what's happening. I urge you to do the right thing and pass this resolution today.
Jenny is next, followed by Olivia.
Good evening, public servants. My name is Jenny. I reside in District 7 with 2 beautiful girls and another one on the way. I lived here all my life. Some of my worst memories are actually here. In 2010, when our Payos raids were at their worst, my family fell victim. I was only 12 years old and knew nothing about the politics behind it, but saw my family fall apart and saw my father fall into depression for the first time. 14 years later, now as an adult with almost 3 kids and a daughter who was my age when I saw my family fall apart, we are here again. And now this generation who shouldn't have to are seeing their grandparents be deported and are suffering the same way we did, the same way that I did. It will be my turn now to comfort my daughter while she sees her mama and her papa be sent to another country she's never been to. Why are you letting history repeat?
You sit there with the same skin color, with the same struggles, with the same last names, and yet you let the same police department who took hundreds of families away do it again. This resolution will help hundreds of families from racial profiling and direct deportations. If you don't support to pass this resolution, we will remember this when you ask for our vote. If you don't support this resolution, we will know that while you're on your vacation with your happy families relaxing, our families will continue to be ripped apart and traumatized by your city.
Olivia is next, followed by Bina.
My name is Liv, and I am here to speak in support of the resolution for thriving communities. I've lived here for 5 years, and I've watched this council raise the police's budget again and again to an irresponsible $1 billion, while the behavior of the Phoenix Police Department stays discriminatory and abusive to my neighbors. And if you won't listen to our lived experiences of mistreatment, you could listen, though I would rather that you believe and act on the stories and concerns of your constituents. You could listen to the Department of Justice investigation that proved the patterns of discrimination. Like, for example, 7 to 12 people of color are 7 to 12 times more likely than white folks to be arrested for nonviolent and minor things. You have the opportunity to take steps for us, and we're asking you to be on the side of the majority of people who do not want to see their communities separated, people deported, or people violently targeted by the Phoenix Police Department. I'm asking you to do the right thing and pass the resolution for thriving communities so that we can have a future where nobody has to live in fear and where everyone can live long, healthy, prosperous, thriving lives. Thank you.
Bina is next, followed by Elsa.
Good evening or good afternoon, council members. My name is Bina, and I'm here to speak in support of the resolution for thriving communities. The last time I was here before you, I was able to witness several civil servants and members of the council swear and take their oath for office, and I was reminded of my own as a former member of the armed services to defend and support the Constitution of the United States. I'm asking you as council members to remember your oath and to listen to your constituents, to hear their pleas and their concerns, and uphold that oath by passing this resolution. Thank you.
Elsa is next, followed by Maximilian.
Hello, hello. Oh, I'm short, so I'm going to do this. Hello, I'm here as behalf of Black Lives Matter Phoenix Metro in support of this resolution. And I just want y'all to know that this resolution and the city right here is one of the ways that the bare minimum that y'all could address the multiple years that Phoenix police have been the deadliest police force in the United States. There has been no accountability in this council, and we have consistently lost lives. And before y'all go on and then another excuse that y'all don't work with ICE or what have you, we know that ICE is in the jails, right? Let's break this down. ICE is in the jails, right? So if y'all arrest people, what happens to them? They go to the jails. What happens when they're in the jails? They get connected to ICE. So with this resolution, we can minimize how many of our community members could avoid that whole process. So right now is the bare minimum y'all can do to address the concerns that community is coming to tell y'all right now. All right.
Maximilian is next, followed by Ben.
Hello, my name is Maximilian. I live in City Council District Number 2. I'd like to use my time here to put a few numbers into perspective for the council. $1.2 billion. This is the proposed budget for the Phoenix Police Department. Phoenix is a city that is home to a little under 10,000 homeless people, about 5.3 thousand of which are in shelters according to figures from last year in 2024. Approximately 37% of arrests made by the Phoenix PD from 2016 to 2022 were against people experiencing homelessness in our communities. So, to put this in perspective, the city of Phoenix spends about $20 million annually to shelter homeless people in this city. So we are giving $1.2 billion, or proposing to do that, for the police, who about 37% of their so-called service towards our communities is arresting people who are homeless. Now, if this is proportional to the actual amount of work that they are doing this, like that is about $440 million being spent to allow the police to effectively harass homeless people for crimes that they would not be committing if they were taken care of. And then we are spending $20 million to actually get these people sheltered. How does this make sense? Does this sound like reasonable priorities to anyone in this room? No. So pass the resolution. We're sick of the police being the go-to response for problems that require deeper, more complex solutions. Homelessness should not be criminalized. We shouldn't be giving this kind of money to get the police new toys to oppress people when we are experiencing these problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben is next, followed by Jose.
Hi, my name is Ben. I'm a resident of District 5. I'm here today asking for your support of the citizens petition. Since November, our team has been talking with thousands of community members about what they need to protect themselves against the Trump administration and feel safer in their neighborhoods for the next 4 years. The resolution for thriving communities is one step towards protecting folks. Your offices received over 3,000 postcards in the last month from folks who support this resolution. We called those 3,000 people in the last 2 weeks, asking them to join us here today. And you know what they told us is that they were too afraid to come here, right? They are too afraid of ICE showing up, too afraid of being arrested by Phoenix police, too afraid to express their First Amendment right. Is that the kind of city that you want to create? One where a massive section of the population is too afraid to come talk to you? After Trump was elected, one of y'all said, as long as I'm mayor, Phoenix will not use its police department or any city resource whatsoever to assist in the mass deportation efforts by the Trump administration. These lies are the reason the resolution needs to pass. Just today, you passed a $1.2 billion budget for police. Hundreds of millions of that goes to the patrols that arrest people and funnel them into 4th Avenue. At least 10 million of that is going to pay MCSO to use their jails. So y'all can't keep saying that you're spending resources, or that you're not spending resources aiding Trump's deportation machine, because you are. Millions and millions of taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Jose is next, followed by Patricia.
All right, good afternoon, City Council. My name's Jose. I do want to acknowledge the community that did show up. I know Ben mentioned the ones that were scared, but there's a lot of people that brave this heat to come talk to you guys today and make demands. And again, I'm Jose. I actually lost a brother to state violence. My brother Alejandro Hernandez was murdered by Phoenix PD. And, you know, I'm an American citizen. My parents were immigrants that gained their citizenship. They showed me what it's like to live in this country and how we work. And the way we work is when this city and this council and this mayor didn't take accountability for keeping our people safe, we did. We left lucrative careers to come here to keep our community safe. We take accountability. It's time for you guys to do it. But I'm tired of coming up here and giving you my words, so I'm gonna do something different. I'm gonna give you the words of the 3 top police chief candidates from the forum as it relates to this resolution. The DOJ, I'm paraphrasing, the DOJ report ended. How do we move forward? Director Giordano, I know there's been a lot of talk. I read a lot of articles where, okay, DOJ is gone. We're just going back to the old ways. That's never going to happen. It shouldn't never happen. That's Director Giordano. Those are his words. Racial profiling. Chief Aziz, the quick short answer, we don't tolerate racial profiling. Simple as that. He's interviewing for the top job here. Director Giordano, there's no place in policing for racial bias or policing with racial bias, but we all need to recognize everyone has some bias. Everyone has implicit biases, some have explicit biases. And then he went on to highlight that example of bias by using a 30-day registration ticket, one where a ticket was written and one where it wasn't. And when they questioned the officer, he couldn't explain why. I have a few ideas. They're probably in the DOJ report. Chief Ramos, you need to make sure policies are set and the department's aware it will not be tolerated by any means. I could go on. I have a lot of quotes, and if you guys want to watch, I'd encourage you to read it. Now, we're sitting here with council. We have some hopefuls for mayor and governor. I remind you, we're demanding you to own up to your commitments and earn your vote. We'll be out there. All right?
Thank you. Patricia is next, followed by Maria Neary.
Hi, everyone. I'm Reverend PJ, and I've been in the Metro Phoenix area for over 40 years, and I'm also work in District 4. My youngest son has had his civil rights violated twice since February 2025. My son is a testimony to the lack of protections that this resolution aims to fix. It's impacted my son. He was brutalized by the police. He is traumatized. It's traumatized him, and we now have legal fees. And the charges he's facing will leave him homeless. Support for this resolution will both save taxpayers billions, but also protect their civil rights. Thank you.
Maria is next, followed by Mark.
Hello, council members and members of the community. I'm here because I don't want my taxes to be used for discrimination. I don't want my taxes to separate families. I know exactly, as a mother, how it feels. My son was sentenced to 18 years. My son has mental health disability. His intellectual disability is like 4th and 6th grade level. In addition, he suffers from autism, schizophrenia, and bipolar. He takes medications. He suffers from anxiety and depression. There's enough proof from specialists. There's a forensic evaluation, and the court across the street has that evaluation that says that my son qualifies for Rule 11, that he's not competent. And the judge, San Meyer, said that he can make a decision. So I'm here because I need your support. And I don't want my taxes to separate families. My son is being detained for almost a little bit more than a year. He's having a hard time. He's not going to survive. He's not going to survive 18 years, now with a mental health disability and all the medications he takes. At night, I can't sleep. I'm always thinking about my son. And I'm here because I need your support. All my life, and some of you know me, I always work with the community. I dedicated my life to work. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing that testimony. Mark is next, followed by Frank.
Hello. I'm here today in support of the resolution, and it encompasses everyone, regular citizens, every race, even homeless people. I've been here in Phoenix for 8.5 years, and I've either heard about or seen countless times the police mistreating people. Last year, I was sitting on a public sidewalk on Van Buren, empty parking lot behind me, reading a book, and 20 minutes later, here comes a cop pulling up. You have to move. And I didn't say anything. I looked this way, yeah. And he's like, I know nobody, you're not in the way of anybody, but if you're not gone, when I come back in 15 minutes, you better be gone. So I moved on. But, I just want to, like I said, support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank is next, followed by Elizabeth.
Hello, City Council. My name is Frank Urban. I'm with Fund for Empowerment, as you all know. I'm here in support of this resolution. It affects every one of your constituents, homeless, Spanish, Black, whoever. Phoenix PD is working with ICE. I've heard numerous reports on it, and that cannot be allowed. Because almost everyone that the Phoenix police arrest, if they are Spanish or even look Spanish, they get deported, even if they are American citizens. And this cannot be allowed. Thank you, and I can see the rest of my time.
Thank you. Elizabeth is next, followed by Laura.
Hello, City Council. My name is Elizabeth Venable, and I'm with the Fund for Empowerment. We have the only surviving homeless litigation in the country that survived a Supreme Court challenge, striking down Martin v. Boise. However, we have a Fourth Amendment argument about property being thrown away, okay? So, and I'm regularly here, and many of our people. So what I want to say is, I'm going to use a little bit different words because I sort of talk a different way, right, when I'm talking to you, So there are many issues I think are problematic. I'm worried about the end of local autonomy. I think there's always been a problem with the city of Phoenix being interfered with by the Arizona State Legislature. But I think that we are specifically going to be used as a force multiplier, right? Every police force, all these police forces are contracting on. You guys work with MCSO. MCSO has had a 287G since 2007, right? I know that because I was involved in them. But anyway, so, it's been, I'm very afraid. At Central High, I got to study Russian language, right? And it was wonderful. And then I went to ASU and I took some more Russian language. And I learned a lot about various types of governments up close, right? In a way that I wouldn't have gotten access to it. Thankfully, Central High School had that desegregation money, right? So, and that might be gone too. I believe that our fundamental American rights are being functionally destroyed because they're unenforceable by the courts. I also understand that the Supreme Court is being threatened with being executed as Ketanji Brown Jackson stated. And I think it's important to recognize that you can be compelled by violence or any other force to use these police forces as force multipliers, right? And you will lose your autonomy. I don't know if you can vote for this. I heavily encourage you to vote for it. If you do not, look at every single issue in it, reconsider it. I would encourage people to bring every issue separately back, right?
Thank
And
you,
ask
Elizabeth. Laura is next, followed by Ann Ender.
Hello, my name is Laura Medina, and my people predate America. I'm calling upon Arizona leadership to show us what humanity is during these trying times and vote yes on the resolution for thriving communities. Let me tell you why. Arizona is home to 22 tribal nations and other indigenous folks who have traveled across Turtle Island, aka North America continent, since time immemorial, and way before any European settler. We need this resolution because why are brown and black people targeted for simply existing? I only have one logical explanation, and that is white supremacy and the continuation of the colonial legacy inherent with the American system. If leadership wants to stop appearing as fake and inauthentic individuals who are just playing a game of politics, then we, the people, demand you step up to genocidal regimes designed to cripple brown and black relatives. Let me share you some recent history. My family was torn apart during the 60s scoop, where my mom and auntie were ripped from the traditional Ojibwe home that at the time was deemed not up to par to white racial standards. They then were placed up for adoption, causing a lot of trauma that is evident in my life today. That is why we have protective policies like the Indian Child Welfare Act and the abolishment of the Indian boarding schools, as both were American-backed assimilative tactics to rip indigenous families apart, and the sick opportunity for colonizers and European settlers to prey on our people, rape our children, and murder brown bodies, causing mass graves filled with our ancestors who were just babies. Yes, I repeat, children graves located at Indian boarding schools filled with thousands of beautiful brown indigenous babies across America and Canada, including Phoenix. And this was all backed by the institutions you were voted into. Will there be children graves at these detention centers? As leaders, I hope this motivates you to protect rather than allow racially motivated attacks on brown and black relatives. From what we all have seen from ICE activity and other law enforcement, we're witnessing a repeat.
Ann Ender is next. Ann Ender is next, followed by Anna Belding.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gallego, Vice Mayor O'Brien, and Council. I'm going to say something with all due respect to all of you. This is completely misguided for us to have to sit here and listen to all of this because it has nothing to do with the city's purview. I've been coming here for how many years now? I don't get paid, and I come here because I want to understand and participate in the city's business, and this doesn't have anything to do with it. And I was wanting to know why can't the staff read the report? Because it's clear in the report, first of all, that the petition was submitted improperly. It shouldn't even be, I'm sorry, it just shouldn't even be listened to. Also, why can't Chief Orander stand up and, once again, review what the Phoenix Police Department's role is in immigration, which is only if they arrest someone that has criminal background, then they go and then they bring in ICE. I just don't understand why we have to keep doing this. Monday, I went to this man's funeral. Officer Gabriel Facio came from Mexico, legalized. All he ever wanted to be was a cop. And guess what? He gave his life for it. This petition, I'm sorry, I'm getting angry. This petition perpetuates the violence we're seeing against police. And I don't appreciate it that we're continuing to talk about federal and state laws when this has nothing to do with what the city can actually do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Belding is next, followed by Chloe. Is Anna Belding here? All right. Chloe is next, followed by Ellie Is Chloe here? If you're Chloe, could you raise? All right, is Ellie here? Samsel? And okay. Is Harrison Redmond here? Harrison would be followed by Megan.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gallego, Vice Mayor O'Brien, and members of the Phoenix City Council. My name is Harrison Redmond, and I'm a community organizer and registered lobbyist here today on behalf of the ACLU of Arizona to express our strong support for the resolution for thriving communities. This resolution is not just timely, it's urgent. Urgent for our community members and for public safety. The Trump administration has attempted to sweep the pervasive issue of police brutality and misconduct in Phoenix under the rug, but the Department of Justice's findings confirmed what many Phoenix residents, many of whom are in this building today, regularly experience: a police department engaged in excessive force, racial profiling, and the criminalization of poverty and mental health disability. These proven patterns are unconstitutional, harmful, and they demand meaningful structural reform. The resolution before you today will continue the invaluable work of Arizona advocates and community members on their long road to justice and true community safety. This resolution calls for cite and release policies, seeks to end pretextual stops and discriminatory enforcement, and seeks to ensure that unhoused residents and others facing quality of life challenges are met with compassion and resources that center their well-being, not incarceration. The resolution improves transparency by requiring robust data collection on police stops and creating a system for community feedback. These measures are essential to hold the Phoenix Police accountable to both the people that they claim to serve and all of our communities across the city. As federal oversight retreats and community members, immigrants, and unhoused people's civil rights and liberties face renewed threats, all of you as city council members have the power to make real change for your constituents and for this city. By passing the resolution for thriving communities, Phoenix would send a clear message, one that says that true justice, fairness, and dignity for every Phoenician are non-negotiable. The ACLU of Arizona urges you to vote yes. All power to the people. Thank you.
Megan is next, followed by Ellie.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan, and I live in District 8. I am an occupational therapy student at NAU. I am also a proud autistic Arizonan who, if I didn't get the support that I needed, I wouldn't be standing here today. And as an occupational therapist, I plan to specialize in adult mental health and help the people that society so often throws away into jails and prisons. I am angry about the way that ICE is traumatizing our communities. Immigrants are valued members of our community. They're our classmates, my loved ones. They're people who have changed my life, people who have saved my life. And I am the daughter of a firefighter. I was raised to trust law enforcement. And our communities are all safer if there can be a trusting, collaborative relationship with police, rather than every time we see a law enforcement officer, we wonder, am I about to witness somebody get snatched, get kidnapped, and disappeared to God knows where? I am asking you to pass the resolution for thriving communities to keep everyone in our communities safer. Thank you.
Ellie is next, followed by Joseph.
Hello, my name is Ellie Samsel, and I am a lifelong resident of the Phoenix metropolitan area. I've come to testify in support of the resolution for thriving communities, but have also to once again ask the council a question that you have been repeatedly asked for over a decade. When are you finally going to do something about Phoenix PD? We have done the research. We have held the committees and we have read the reports. We know that they are one of the most violent police departments in the nation, but we also know what reforms we need to take. And yet still nothing changes. In fact, despite the vigorous opposition from community members, you have just proposed an unconscionable $1.2 billion budget for the police force, while meanwhile, Phoenix PD continues to actively cooperate with ICE as they abduct our loved ones in broad daylight, helping to bring hundreds of innocents to 4th Avenue to then be snatched away. This is a cooperation that Mayor Gallego herself said would not happen and that she would work to prevent. And yet our loved ones continue to be disappeared. The resolution for thriving communities contains common sense reforms that will help you keep your own promises. The fact that the people of Phoenix had to take it upon themselves to introduce this measure should alarm you. The people want change. We need change. And if you refuse that change, then we will find someone who won't. So far, Councilwoman Hernandez has been the only member of this council to make good on her promises, the only one to provide solutions instead of giving the problem more money. We don't need your promises anymore. We need you to take action. This resolution is your chance to join Councilwoman Hernandez and stand with the people you call your own. Please vote to pass the resolution and demonstrate to us that you are leaders of your ward. Thank you.
Joseph is next, followed by Tina.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph. I live in District 4 and I work in District 8. I am a public servant, an educator, and a proud product of Phoenix Public Schools. I am here today in support of this resolution, but I also want to address that troubling common deflective tactic rooted in right fragility, pointing to a single exception within the Latino community in order to make an example of why we don't want to be policed. Right fragility is real, and it existed in these comments today. I urge everyone here to read Migrating to Prison, because what we're fighting against today is just not this administration. This has been prior administrations, including Obama, including Clinton, including George W. Bush. This has been an ongoing thing. Our communities live in fear, not because of crime, but because of government-sanctioned violence, surveillance, and dehumanization of our people. We are asking for you to pass this as one step in saying that we are not going to work with ICE. ICE who are showing up in normal clothing to public places, to safe places, and gathering people and taking them away. I was a victim of SB 1070 and racial profiling because of a decal I had on my car by Phoenix Police. And this is SB 1070 at a national level. And it's harmful to our communities. It's harmful to all people who are here. I don't care how someone got here. I care about their compassion. I care about how they care about people, how they treat each other, and how they treat our communities. That's what matters to me. So we need to protect our undocumented communities, because let's make it very clear, the ones being targeted are brown. That's who's being targeted right now. So please pass this resolution like the community is asking you to do.
Tina is next, and then we will go downstairs for Rebecca.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name's Tina Jabilian. I've lived in Phoenix since 1993, and I am very happy to be a resident of District 3. The human rights violations against people of color being carried out by the federal government right now are horrifying. If you don't think so, you don't have a heart. Please take to heart the testimonies today that you've heard of people affected by this violence. And please, don't use my city's police force to aid and abet these awful federal practices that are going on right now. I'm asking you to do the right thing and pass the resolution for thriving communities to help prevent racial profiling, police violence, and deportations, and keep our communities safe. Thank you.
Rebecca is next, followed by Carmen.
My name is Rebecca Denis. I've grown up in Phoenix and currently live in District 4. I'm here today in support of the resolution for thriving communities, and I urge this council to vote yes to pass this resolution and help prevent racial profiling, police violence, and deportations. On May 13th, AZ Central published an article with the headline, "Most criminal immigration cases in Metro Phoenix start with local police, not ICE." And I quote, "Arrests and traffic stops by local police and other law enforcement officers in Maricopa County sparked 152 criminal immigration cases at Phoenix's federal courthouse during the first 3 months of the Trump administration. That is far more than the number of cases filed in Phoenix that originated from ICE operations. Out of those 152 arrests, 58 of those arrests that led to deportations were made by Phoenix PD. In Maricopa County, there are 24 incorporated cities and just one department. Phoenix PD made 38% of those arrests that led to deportations. That is why we are here. That is why this resolution matters. Members of this dais may lie. You'll gaslight us. Data does not lie. We are in a moment of reckoning as a nation. And as a leader, you need to ask yourself, are you going to do everything in your power to fight fascism, to fight racism here in this country and in our city? I want to remind people that crime is a concept. Societies and governments decide what is and isn't a crime, what is and isn't legal. And right now you have the power to make policy decisions that will protect people. And you can make a choice to decriminalize our communities today. You can say that Phoenix PD isn't collaborating with ICE because you're not in a direct contract with ICE, but the history of this department tells us that it is in support of racial profiling and being a part of deportation machine. That's why in 2010, when SB 1070 was signed, who was standing behind Jan Brewer? President of PLE, Mark Spencer, and the future president, Ken Grain. That is why when municipal IDs were passed in 2016 to help protect our undocumented community, they never came to fruition because Phoenix PD had enough power in their contract to say that they would not acknowledge them as valid IDs. They chose to profile.
Carmen is next, followed by Yesenia.
Okay, good afternoon, members of council, as well as mayor. My name is Carmen Sorrell, and I do reside in District 4. I finally found out. So I'm just here to say that, it's amazing how people can go around saying they're about something, but yet in their heart of hearts, they're not. Tired of people saying Black Lives Matter and other statements to pacify the masses. But when things get real, no one wants to say, hear, and or do something about it, or if addressed, be mediocre about what happens and then pass the buck and blame it on somewhere else or someone else. Therefore, if Black lives truly matter, tell ICE and the police to leave people alone, as well as pass the Ordinance 153 and stop putting other bills to counteract that. Support right to counsel without the tax hike and take it from the police funding. And then take it to Warren Peterson and his cohorts at the state legislature. Say it, do it, and truly stand behind it. Don't be selective in doing these things, because what if this happened to somebody employed by you or someone else, someone you love and or related to, if not yourselves, when traveling in Arizona or anywhere else in this nation as well as the world? Gotta be and stay consistently accountable and transparent about it, unless one likes to be lied to and mistreated. And I'm sure no one in here wants that. So mayor, council member, and city manager, what's it gonna be? Have the economy in a deeper crisis, as well as more separation in many families and friends in Phoenix and the state of Arizona, and possibly yours, and truly do it again? I challenge everyone in the sound of my voice to go to the Capitol and do it for real, because it makes money for nonprofits as well as masses say so.
Thank you so much, Yesenia. Yesenia is next, followed by Nicole Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yesenia. I'm here of District 4. I'm a mother of 3 children and a grandmother of 4. My son is a nurse, my daughter is a teacher, and my youngest works for the U.S. State Department. My parents are community leaders. My mother started the Spanish-speaking Catholic catechism when I was very young. My father has worked multiple trade jobs since we were little. Our family has been targeted by Phoenix police and has been racially profiled. I'm here to support this resolution and support the Hispanic community and to please ask that you keep our neighborhood safe for our children and future generations. Thank you.
Nicole is next, followed by Jacqueline with virtual comment.
Thank you, Council. I just heard some white privilege in a red skirt that was off their rocker. Well, I'm going to throw some white privilege back. I have experience in the law enforcement. I have family in law enforcement, and no one has ever once said in this community that they are not pro-police. Yeah. They are working their butts just to protect people who are innocent but are being criminalized just for the way they look, the way they walk. You would have to be living in a very privileged, insulated life to not see what's going on. I support this citizen petition. It was done properly. The problem is that we're here today because so often we have empty shirts working in staff and on council who don't have a backbone, doing the status quo. And we're having these issues throughout the US. We have these career politicians who want to run for governor or mayor, just another stepping stone, by forgetting about us without ever really listening. Or like I said before, how many of you have been on this side? I know O'Brien has, and I know Hernandez has. And I don't mean that as an insult, but there is a bias. You guys are forgetting what it's like to come down here, even for my white privilege behind me. What it's like to come down here and speak about these things. So many vulnerable stories here. That's insulting to us that we even had to come here in the first place, right? And so today, we're asking for the most simple thing. No one's telling anybody how to do things perfectly. We're just asking for some very simple things in this resolution. So with all due respect, please listen to every single story, because I know sometimes we get shut off. But these are stories of truth. These are stories that have been happening systemically for decades here. And with that, I just thank everyone that was able to make it here today, because we're giving up pay by being here today. Thank you.
We need everyone to address the agenda item and not to attack any members of the audience. All right, Jacqueline is no longer with us, so we'll go to Stacy Champion, followed by April McHugh.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you. As an actively and engaged community member who vividly remembers SB 1070 and Arpaio's reign of terror on our communities, I stand with everyone who's in that room today, and also those who were too scared to come in their desire to feel safe at home, work, or play, to have equality within their neighborhoods with regard to infrastructure, resources, and sustainability measures, and to not be targeted because of the color of their skin. I am personally proud to have supplied the DOJ with novellas of many years of documentation with regard to the treatment and criminalization of our unsheltered community. And I will personally continue to document injustices of all kinds when I see them. And just as a reminder, we will never criminalize our way out of homelessness. I believe our country is just at a really critical tipping point with an ongoing war on the poor, blatant and unchecked racism and fear-mongering that is meant to tear communities apart. And today, city leaders have an opportunity to stop sweeping all of these issues under the rug and instead uplift and support the communities whose voices are far too often ignored. Thank you.
April is next, followed by Karen.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, I'm April McHugh, and I am here in favor and in support of the resolution for thriving communities. You have the power and, quite honestly, the public duty to create shields that defend the community from fascism and racism, and you must act today. How could you live with yourself if you didn't take this basic action to move this resolution forward? I work in safety net healthcare across the state, and patients are afraid of seeking preventative care right now. Fear of their status being outed, or just discrimination by assumptions of their status. We were reminded of the implications of people avoiding proactive preventative health care during COVID, so making people live in fear is inhumane. And if we cannot rely on your humanity, it's simply not smart from a public health standpoint to continue supporting these ICE deportations. Kate, you tried to claim that Phoenix PD doesn't collaborate with immigration enforcement. But Council, you will be actively protecting ICE operations and the disappearance of our loved ones every moment that you do not support this resolution. We know that this council and city has a corrupt relationship with the Phoenix PD, continuing to support them despite the Department of Justice investigation findings, which recognize and documented that Phoenix PD racially discriminates every single day against Black and Indigenous and Latinx community members over and over again. Follow your community and pass this resolution for thriving communities. It promotes accountability practices until we can abolish this white supremacist institution of policing. We have never and will not accept state violence against our community members. Thank you to our grassroots organizers, and we look forward to your support of this resolution, council members. Thank you so much.
Karen is our next speaker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Karen Olson. I live and work in District 4 here in Phoenix. I urge Council to vote yes on item 153, a resolution for thriving communities. In most of Phoenix City Council meetings that I've personally witnessed, the people meant to be represented by this council here, sitting here, have to hear how some council members disparage their own personal lived experiences of harm that happens by the Phoenix Police Department. It is unacceptable to think that someone must experience injustice to believe it happens. Listen to this community, because that is where care can happen through change of behavior. I also just want to uplift and thank communities that exist like PODARE, like Mass Liberation Arizona, like BLM Phoenix Metro, who are willing to sit with the uncomfortable truth of what is currently unjust, who are willing to keep standing over decades and keep coming into spaces that don't listen to them, because our voices matter. And even when we get to witness things like the DOJ report, that was 126 pages of pain of how we treat our community members, and then watch it be disparaged. Like, even when we have police being accountable to sane police that will go and, apologies my words in this last part, but we're willing to have police themselves. We're not willing to listen to what they come back with, because it's really painful and violent. And until we're able to sit with that, we're not going to change it. So council, we're urging you to change, to be different, to be able to hold the uncomfortable truth that not only has Phoenix Police Department been violent, we want change. We want resolutions for thriving communities, not more policing that turns to violent action. Thank you.
Thank you for the testimony. Karen is our final speaker. I'll turn to the Vice Mayor for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I move to deny the citizens' petition.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilwoman Guardado.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had some questions for the chief. Is he here? Chief, just a couple of questions. Since everything that's been happening, we know we're living under unprecedented times. How many times has the Phoenix Police Department collaborated with ICE?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Guardado, we do not cooperate with ICE. We do not take part in any deportation efforts or roundups or whatever you want to call them they do. We do not participate in those.
And given the testimony today that we've heard from different community members, has anyone reached out to you or anyone in your department to give any proof or any names or any situations where maybe a police officer has been found engaging with ICE?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Guardado, I'm not aware of any times where somebody's notified us that a police officer from Phoenix has been involved in any operation with ICE. That's never come to my attention.
And have we ever found ourselves in a position where, because we keep hearing that there's a number 50 that's being thrown around, about 50 people that have been deported because of the Phoenix Police Department. Is that true?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Guardado, I know we're doing a deep dive right now as I speak to find out, to verify some of those numbers. I don't know if those numbers come from arrests that are made, and then once that subject is booked into jail, we are trying to find out what those exact numbers are, but we have not contacted ICE and turned anybody over to ICE.
And just another question, if someone gets pulled over for a broken taillight, for not making a proper stop, what happens then?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Guardado, I think it's important to differentiate the difference between a civil traffic stop and a criminal violation. So a broken taillight or window tinting would be something that is a civil traffic ticket. We would not arrest somebody for a civil traffic ticket. We don't have the authority to arrest somebody for civil traffic offenses.
Okay, thank you so much for answering those questions for me. I think for me, as a daughter of immigrants, as someone that understands exactly what's happening, not just here in Phoenix, but what's happening throughout the country, it's important that we continue to collaborate with you, collaborate with the department, assuring that we continue to do what we set to do, which is keeping our communities safe. This is a very important issue we are discussing today, and it deserves our attention. However, I must emphasize that this issue, along with the challenges it brings, is not new to our discussions. Immigration has been a priority for this council since 2016, even before my tenure began. I would like to express my gratitude for the decisive actions taken by leaders such as Mayor Gallego and Councilwoman Pastor during those challenging times. Their navigation of both state and federal law allowed us to establish strong protection for our community, making it clear that Phoenix Police has no role or hasn't had a role in immigration enforcement. Following Donald Trump's election loss in 2020, this council chose not to repeal those protective procedures, but rather to enhance them further in 2017 and 2018. In 2019, we also passed our first civilian review board and built our first oath office. The measures we implemented continue to safeguard our community today, and many requests outlined in this petition, those we can feasibly support, are already enacted. We take all of this to heart. Everything that has been said today, at least with me, has not fallen in deaf ears. And I believe that we will continue to work with our police department. I will continue to work with my colleagues to figure out other situations that might arise that might need to take our attention. And I know that this council, at least a majority of us, are committed to continue to protect our community. And we've shown it in the past with actions, and we will continue to do so. For these reasons and more, regardless of whether this resolution was improperly filed, I will be supporting staff's recommendation to deny this resolution. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pastor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Chief, do we participate in 287G?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Pastor, we do not.
Could you explain what 287G is?
I am not the expert on that. I just know that we have never, that I can recall in my 3 decades, participated in any immigration or 287G, but I don't know the process for that. That's something that I believe happens at the county jail, but not within Phoenix PD.
Okay. So the Phoenix PD does not have an agreement in 287G, which is an agreement with the federal government, department, I want to say Homeland Security, ICE, all the umbrellas of all of that, to be able to arrest. We haven't, and I haven't seen in the 10-year of my sitting here, an agreement, and it's an agreement with the federal government. My second question is the police force actively working with ICE?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Pastor, we do not participate in any ICE roundups, any deportations. The only thing that does happen occasionally is they will notify us just for our awareness in the event something bad were to happen in our city so that we have some awareness if we have to respond. You know, God forbid they get into an officer-involved shooting, but we do not take part in any of their operations.
When there is an arrest, what is that process? And I'm assuming, so you can clarify my assumption, that it's a criminal arrest versus a civil violation.
Councilwoman Pastor, I just want to clarify, when we make an arrest, yeah, so if we make an arrest, it cannot be for a civil traffic violation. It has to be for a criminal offense per the Arizona revised statutes. And we have the option, if it's a misdemeanor, some misdemeanors, to cite and release the person. It's a felony, then they get booked into the county jail. And then once they get booked in the county jail, there's nothing else for Phoenix PD to do.
And then once they're booked in the county jail, my understanding is that once they're booked in the county jail, then it happens to everybody, that ICE is in the county jail and they run their information.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Pastor, my understanding is just that as well. I don't know if they run everybody. I don't know what the process is for them.
Okay. But ICE is in the county jail.
I don't know that ICE is actually in the county jail. I think they place a hold.
Or office or something, I don't know.
Right.
Okay.
I believe they place a hold or a file stop, they call it, for ICE. I don't know if
Okay.
they're physically present at all times in the county jail.
Okay, but there is a process where ICE is notified.
Yes, ma'am.
In the county jail.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's not Phoenix PD.
That's correct.
It is due to an arrest by Phoenix PD, but it's not Phoenix PD calling ICE.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Thank you. I have another question. Actually, I have several questions. What practices do you use for nonviolence offenses?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Pastor, if it's a low level, like a misdemeanor, we encourage our employees to CLD, which is a citation, criminal citation in lieu of detention. But there are some exceptions where some people are not eligible for a citation in lieu of detention, such as a domestic violence, assault misdemeanor, or any domestic violence type offense. They would not be eligible for a citation in lieu of detention. Or if someone has prior failures to appear, we would not issue a citation in lieu of detention. But we highly encourage our employees, and I can just tell you from experience that our employees would much rather issue a citation than book somebody into jail for a misdemeanor offense.
My other question is about quotas. Do we have any formal or informal quotas? I don't know. Could you please explain what quotas are?
Yes. Mayor, members of council, we do not have a quota system. In my nearly 3 decades of service here with the City of Phoenix Police Department, we've never had quotas. Those are problematic. Those are basically where a department may stress numerical numbers over quality police service. So we don't dictate that an officer has to make a certain amount of arrests, to write a certain amount of tickets. We do not participate in quotas, nor have we in my 30 years. And I believe I've talked to some people who have been here for 40 plus, and it's never been implemented in Phoenix.
Okay. And this was also, I looked at in the resolution. Do we arrest for quality of life issues? And when I say quality of life, because I know that we have set up many different systems to be able to help with people that are struggling or unsheltered, there is a process in the sense of leading with services, and then after that, if there is a violation, then there is a whole nother different process. Could you please explain if we arrest for quality of life issues?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Pastor, I think you said it best. We try to lead with services first. Our first option is not to arrest somebody when it comes to a quality of life issue such as trespassing or littering. We want to lead with services first, an educational approach. But if it comes a repeat problem, then we may have to shift gears. But our goal is to lead with services first, especially when we are dealing with those in the unhoused population.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hodge Washington and then Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say this petition touches on issues that are definitely important to our community, and I want to start off by thanking Ms. Varela and Podir for taking the time to put forth these ideas, because this is what the process is supposed to be for. But I also want to be clear, I think we are not talking enough about the work that the council as a whole have done in these areas already to some of our public safety systems. We've invested in alternatives to policing like the Community Assistance Program. We have revised our use of force policy. We have developed some systems of public engagement for future policy. We have our Office of Accountability and Transparency is up and running, and we've made investments in a data system that provides public reporting and turn-in accountability. However, I will acknowledge that the work is not done. We still have some more to do to build that trust, particularly in communities that have historically experienced a disproportionate impact of policing. I am not summarily dismissing these concerns, but I want to get some clarification on some of the recommendations, because it's my understanding, and I think we have to be clear, that many of these recommendations are already being implemented. Some of them conflict with state law, and we have questions about whether or not the format meets the standard process for policy changes. I want to be clear that this does not mean that I am ignoring these concerns. It just means that we will continue to do the work to deliberately, transparently, and legal matter. So I do have some questions to help us clarify how we are addressing some of the concerns outlined in the petition. The petition requests an end to I'm going to try not to duplicate questions that have already been asked. One of the concerns the petition asks is for the end to pretextual stops, particularly for equipment violation. Are there policies in place that already guide an officer's discretion in this area?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hodge Washington, anytime an officer conducts a traffic stop, it's their discretion as to whether or not they choose to write a citation.
Okay, and how are we ensuring that, what data is collected on traffic stops to ensure accountability?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hodge Washington, we collect that data several different ways, and as you know, we're working on a new records management system to more accurately capture that data. So our CAT system can trap traffic stops and pedestrian stops. We have realized there's some gaps that we need to work on, which is why we are moving to the new records management system, which will help us better capture that data for reporting.
And how will this data be, can you provide more details on how this new record management system will help improve the public's access to disaggregated data on the stops, arrests, and citation?
Mayor, members of council, Councilman Hodge Washington, if I could ask my assistant director, who is very in tune with the records management system, to come up.
Thank you. I'll let you get settled in and then you can respond.
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hodge Washington. To answer your question, we capture a multitude of data, fields, and metrics associated with the activities that we execute as a part of the police department. The intent is to improve our data collection procedures so that they are consistent both in what we collect, how they collect, and that they are always collected. Once the data is collected, then often the raw data associated with all of our activities from an enforcement perspective are placed on the open data source. That's the raw data. And then we have the police transparency page that also provides information related to specific metrics that are of interest.
Thank you for that clarification. And I also think it's helpful to explain some of the proposed audited function to ensure that it's no disproportionate impact on certain communities. And I don't know if Chief, you want to speak a little bit on that?
Mayor, members of council, Councilman Hodge Washington, I believe that's something we've probably missed in the past since I've been around here. But we will be doing audits, compliance checks, just to make sure that we are saying what we are doing, training on what we are doing, and then verifying that we are doing exactly that we are checking to make sure that we are doing what we say we're going to be doing. So audits, inspections at the precinct level, inspections by our Organizational Integrity Bureau, as well as audits from our Organizational Integrity Bureau.
Thank you. And there was a question my colleague asked about the quality of life calls. Can you clarify how, from your department perspective, how we respond to nonviolent quality of life calls? And I think we're going to have to ask OHS as well as Community Assistance Program to chime in as to their response as well.
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hodge Washington, as I mentioned, we try to lead with services on that. We engage with OHS. When we receive a radio call for service, we also utilize our behavioral health units. Our goal, like I said, is to really lead with services. I think we all recognize as a police department that we're not going to arrest our way out of low-level crime or crime in general. I can tell you it was very frustrating for me as a young officer when I would contact somebody who was maybe arrested 30 or 40 times. That doesn't solve the problem. So our goal is to really lead with services through OHS or BHU or with CAP.
Would you like to come down, please? Thank you. I didn't know if DC. I don't know.
Do we have OHS?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Pastor, I can maybe speak to some of that as well, but there is no one represented from OHS. They had to go to another meeting.
Okay. Thank you, DC, for joining us at the table. If you can just give us can you give us just an overall overview as how, when you get a quality of life call, how that is handled from the Community Assistance Program standpoint?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilwoman. When the Community Assistance Program is contacted to respond to a call, we send out typically a behavioral health unit, which is staffed by a crisis intervention specialist, as well as a peer support specialist from one of our community partners. Our job is to go out and assess the needs of that individual, determine what needs that they actually are looking for, and to help them get reconnected if they got disconnected with services, or help them get into services that they may not have had access to previously.
And one of the priorities that this council focused on last year, or one of the goals that we set for this program last year, was to increase the staffing to provide to a certain component where we have access 24/7 in some areas. And can you talk a little bit about where we currently stand on that?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilwoman. Yes, this year in March, we were able to meet the requirement of having 24/7 coverage of a crisis intervention supervisor in the alarm room to accept transferred calls from PD communications. Currently, we have 6 crisis or behavioral health units up and running. And actually, I should modify that. As of Monday, we actually have an additional 3 units staffed partially. So we currently do have 9 units, all partially staffed, and responding almost 24/7. I still believe that we have a gap on Friday and Saturday where we have 22.5 hours.
Thank you for that. And can you talk a little bit about the successes that you've seen with the community assistance program, specifically? Go ahead.
Mayor, council member, thank you. We have been able to connect people back into getting services from their clinics where maybe they became disconnected because they weren't able to get in to see the case manager. They didn't know who their case manager was, or sometimes it's a matter of they didn't have transportation to get back to that clinic. So we've been able to connect them that way. In addition, we have connected individuals who weren't involved in those services, who were affected by mental health or substance use, who were not able to make decisions about being able to access those quality services. And we've been able to work with our community partners to get them back into, or to get them into services and get them the support that they needed.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to pivot real quickly. I don't think anyone from OHS is here, so unless you want to add something, Ingrid? Okay, go ahead.
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hodge Washington, the Office of Homeless Solutions always leads with services, and I think they have a good track record of working with the various departments to make sure that when they do encounter individuals who are experiencing a variety of issues related to homelessness, that they do find the resources to try to help get them to the place that they maybe need to go.
Thank you. I will pivot real quickly. There was reference regarding the data collection of kind of our interactions with, well, I should say our interactions with the public that may then lead to interaction with the ICE. And there was an article that was cited in the Arizona Central, Arizona Republic, and I specifically asked us to look into the validity of those comments. And I don't know if anybody wants to share what the results of that inquiry was.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Hodge Washington, I can speak to that just a bit. The chief alluded to it earlier when he was talking about the deep dive that we are doing into some data that we got from MCSO. We are still looking at that data as we received it very recently. But what we can tell you is it looks like about 4% of the bookings have led to what MCSO refers to as stops or immigration holds on the individual's file. What we are not able to tell you at this point is what that means for the individual. So once the person is in MCSO custody and has that hold placed on them, we have no information about what occurs after that point. And so in order to receive that, we would have to have cooperation from ICE themselves to provide us that information. And we can make that request. However, we don't know whether or not that would be provided to us.
And do we have any information? You probably would have said it if you had it, but I feel the need to ask anyhow. But do we have any idea of what the underlying offenses were that led to those 4% bookings?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Hodge Washington, we do have some information. And again, we are still diving into that data, so I don't have a complete breakdown for you. But there are a combination of domestic violence bookings. As the chief mentioned, our officers are required to book on domestic violence offenses. And we also have, and that was, I'm sorry, that was about let's see. Actually, I apologize. I don't have the percentage on that. But there are domestic violence bookings, traffic stops, as well as additional outside of those other bookings that we, again, need to do a deeper dive into, identifying what those other offenses are.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my last, I guess, more of clarifying question, I think our city manager can handle this. We have explained that our police department is not cooperating with or not collaborating with ICE. Are any of our general fund dollars being used to support any type of immigration enforcement or immigration?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hodge Washington, no, we are not directly using any general fund dollars to support any ICE activities.
You preference it, but directly, are we indirectly?
No,
using
what I
general
mean
funds?
by that is, as the chief was saying, if we arrest someone and book them into Maricopa County Jail, we do pay a booking fee, we do pay a housing fee at Maricopa County. So if those individuals are placed on hold by Maricopa County, you could argue, one could maybe make that argument, but we are not doing that directly ourselves.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Y'all can stay in your seats. I have a few questions. I'll try to take out the ones that we've heard a few things on. But before my questions, I just want to really quickly thank the community for showing up to conduct the city's business. I think it's very important for y'all to participate in this process. So, comunidad, gracias por venir a participar en el negocio de la ciudad que les impacta a ustedes. So, thank you so much. I have my first question for Chief Orender, and it relates to the quality of life topic that I think a few of my colleagues have brought up. Well, first, and maybe you don't answer this, months ago, the city passed to expand further the area around certain public spaces where unsheltered individuals can exist, correct? I think it was 500 feet, within 500 feet of parks, shelters.
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hernandez, I believe that's part of the camping ordinance. I think that's section B of the camping ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, earlier we heard that we are having some shelter beds close, not by any, results of our direct action. There's other mitigating factors that are closing those beds. So with that knowledge, right, and there's not many places for unsheltered folks to exist. We're losing, we don't have enough shelter space. What is when we can't lead with services, what is the result of quality of life stops?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hernandez, if we were to stop someone and try to lead with services with them, which was what we would do, if they accepted services, I can't think of a time when we could not connect them with services, but we would not arrest somebody or issue a citation if there was no place available to take them. We would go to every means possible to get them the help or get them into services that they need, whether it be housing or mental health services. But we would not issue any type of enforcement for someone who's going to accept services because we could not find the service for them.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And on the enforcement topic, as it relates still to the quality of life and park situation, do you know what authority or official protocol park rangers have for enforcing some of our laws as it relates to parks?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hernandez, I don't know what the parks folks, if they can enforce camping or not. That I can find out, but I can bring that back to you. I don't know for sure.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Also, if they can issue cite and release, and do you know if they have to call your department? Maybe.
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hernandez, if they have to call us if they see someone that's maybe camping or I don't know what their protocol is. They have called us in the past. If they have concerns or they have problems, they have called the police. I don't know that it's required that they call the police.
Okay, thank you. I know we were talking a little bit about the data part of the petition. In regards to the RMS system, I know we just approved item 113, which is a contract through June of 2030 for that new system, which is the records management system. I know a few of us have brought that up, but I just want to be very, very clear with the public that's watching and here, and really state again the goal of that new management system.
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hernandez, wholeheartedly agree with you. We have a team of approaching 400 individuals who are working on that project, either through the city or through partnerships, to be able to bring that system to a go-live status. And we are expecting to be able to do that later this year.
Okay. Do we have a date range of when the new system will be on board?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hernandez, the council approved today an extension of the current system through the end of October. The new system will be in place before then.
Okay, and the cost for that system to the city is how much?
The total contract with Motorola for the entire system, plus the support through the date range that you listed, is approximately $11 million.
Okay, thank you. My next question, still on the topic of data. Section 6 in the petition is specifically around data requests. It specifically asks for police data to be made available to the public, and community is asking for a report of comprehensive data on, I always don't know how to say it, data, you know, on all traffic stops, pedestrian stops, arrests, and citations. I don't know how to pronounce that, but disaggregated by rate. I went to public schools, thank you very much. By race, ethnicity, age, gender, reason of the stop, and outcome of the stop. Are those data points going to be collected in the new RMS system?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hernandez, yes, they will be collected.
Okay, perfect. And will we also be collecting time, well, I guess the department will be collecting time and lengths of all the stops?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hernandez, the intent is to be able to collect time. However, there was one component of Section 6 which asked about whether or not the time is going to be extended. The current system has not been designed to be able to collect that data point, although that is something that we could entertain if council requests after a go-live status.
Okay, thank you so much. And what process will be in place to make sure that the public has access to this data so it's very transparent to them?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hernandez. We currently, as I mentioned to Councilwoman Hodge-Washington, that we do have the open data portal that has our raw data. We also have the police transparency page. Many of those metrics are already in place, and it will continue to be so. What we expect to see is an improvement in the quality of the data collected, again, because it'll be collected in a consistent manner with expectations, as Chief Oranger mentioned, with regard to how that data is collected with each interaction that we have when it comes to stop, searches, and arrests.
Okay. I know sometimes the existing websites are not all user-friendly, so I think some of the data that's being collected can't always be pulled out and read in a manner that makes sense to the public. So I think maybe a suggestion would be, let's look at how the current data is being collected and filtered out to the public so that it is user-friendly. I know like the city did a revamp on our city website, and it's so much more user-friendly. So I think there's room for improvement to make sure that data is being pulled by the public in a very concise manner that's easy for them to pull, easy for them to understand, so that we are maintaining transparency with the community. So just would be a suggestion there. And then what, will the department be able to cross-reference that data with race and gender demographics in the new system?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hernandez, the answer to that is yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Lori, my next question is around the engagement with ICE. I think you can probably answer this, and we might have already talked a little bit about it. When a stop happens, Phoenix PD has discretion to call ICE if they suspect that the person they've stopped may be here undocumented. Would that be accurate?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Hernandez, that would be something that is under the officer's discretion in our current policy. However, we have recently been provided with information that we are discussing changing that discretion in the policy based on the fact that that would not be considered a custodial arrest.
Okay, thank you. And I know we've asked this question, and I think Jeff just answered it, but are we currently spending, or is the department currently sending people to ICE directly?
Absolutely not.
Do we, if that happens and officers contact ICE directly, are we keeping track of those numbers or those calls?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Hernandez, we do have a mechanism in our policy for tracking if an officer makes a contact to ICE, they are required to contact our Violent Crimes Bureau and log that contact. And so we do have data on that. Is an extremely small number of times that occurs.
Okay, thank you. Another result of a stop could be release without citation or cite and release, or arrest, and then folks are transferred to MCSO. Would that be accurate to say that those are the options that exist currently?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Hernandez, that's my understanding of the options.
And what criteria currently governs whether a stop results in cite and release or a transfer to MCSO?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Hernandez, I'm going to ask Chief Orender to speak to that one.
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hernandez, it's discretion of the officer, but I can tell you that we highly encourage, our policy specifically states that we highly encourage a citation over a booking. Felonies are not eligible for citations, only misdemeanors are eligible, and there's some criteria for misdemeanors that are ineligible, like I mentioned, domestic violence cases, or if there's a violence potential, or someone who has a history of failing to appear. But, and I can tell you from my own personal experience, like I mentioned earlier, that our officers would much rather write a citation than book somebody into jail, because that can take hours, upon hours at times, and they really want to get back out and provide service to the community.
Thank you, Chief. My next question would be for you, Jeff. Can you speak specifically to the city's relationship with MCSO?
Mayor, members of the council, I may have to defer to the chief on some of this, but as it pertains to the city as a whole, our relationship with MCSO as it pertains to the budgetary impact, the big budgetary impact, is the jail billing.
Okay. So that's the contract that we have them, as you mentioned, for housing.
For booking and housing of
housing.
inmates, yes.
Okay, and about how much do we pay for that?
It ranges between $10 to $13 million annually.
I mean, to your earlier point, one could make a really strong case that while we are not directly participating or using general fund money, the existence of that contract would be using general fund money if those monies to pay that contract are coming from the general fund. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that to a point, but as Lori has mentioned, based on the data that we're currently looking at, less than 4% of the arrests that were made in a particular time period had any relationship to an ICE hold that was placed on by Maricopa County. So in the grand scheme of things, honestly, that would be an immaterial relationship between any funding that we would use from the general fund perspective.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, I think there's understandable fear for our communities out there, given what is happening across, you know, many cities. And I know that we have continuously, well, the community has continuously heard that we are not participating in enforcement, but by the very nature of ICE having a presence in the Maricopa County jails, and that is where folks that are booked are processed through, you know, unactively we are participating. And, you know, I know that other folks might have a different interpretation or analysis on that, but that is the experience that our residents are facing. So it is a very important and serious topic that we are discussing, and I think it's important that we continue the conversations on this to make sure the community does feel safe. Just one last point on the data part. You know, we can tell residents that we are doing all the things, and this is someone smarter than me told me, we can say we're doing all the things, but if we can't prove that we're doing the things, the community can't trust or believe that we are doing those things, right? So the data is super important. We have to be able to prove that we are doing our very best effort to keep our community safe. So I would like to ask for certain data that was also requested in this petition. It's a little lengthy. I do want to read it for the record, but I can give it to staff so that you have it. This is a big piece that I do support. I think this is one of the areas where we have consensus that we have to do a better job. The department has to do a better job of collecting that data and making sure that the public has access to it. So I would like us to make sure that that's worked into in its monthly reports beginning in September that detail the following: the number of citywide stops, reasons for the stops, results of the stops, out of those stops, which ones are transferred to ICE, which ones are transferred to MCSO, no charge and release, and then cite and release. Specific to Phoenix Police, transfers to ICE, how many were calls for ICE to come pick up the person versus the department taking the person directly to ICE. Specific to the department transfers to MCSO and cite and release, what was the charge? Did the charge differ from the original reason for the stop? Specific to parks, how many times did park rangers call the department to enforce a nuisance law? What was the result of the interaction? Was it transferred to ICE, transferred to MCSO, no charge and release, cite and release, or services provided? The next item, monthly report beginning in September on people who were charged with misdemeanors. How many misdemeanors did the department issue? How many people got cite and release? The top 10 reasons for cite and release misdemeanors, how many people got transferred to MCSO, and the top 10 transfer misdemeanors for those. Monthly report beginning in September on MCSO data, which is how many people were detained by MCSO from the department, and how many of those people had ICE holds put on them, and how many of those people were turned over to ICE, and then the monthly itemized MCSO bill. So I'll get y'all a copy so you can have that data piece. That is all my questions.
Thank you. Any Councilwoman Hodge Washington?
I think it's important to hear from whether or not that information is accessible, because I too have requested some of the information. We've actually talked to some of the vendors as well too, and I don't believe that information is currently being captured, and I don't believe I see Lori about to chime in.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Hodge Washington and Councilwoman Hernandez, we can take a close look at that list that you just read through because I wasn't able to capture it all in my notes. However, I did note a few things that you mentioned that I know that we cannot collect at this time. Some of the things we will be able to collect once we get to the new RMS system, and some of it relies on us requesting that data from MCSO. And so we will look at what we can pull together and what we may need to wait until we have our new system in place to collect, and then we'll also have to determine an agreement with MCSO for them to share that data with us as well. One thing I can note, if you would like to indulge me for 1 second, I did find the data I was trying to find earlier to share with you, Councilwoman Hodge Washington, related to the reasons for the bookings that led to an ICE detainer hold. There were several categories. One is DV bookings. That would be 31% of the bookings. Traffic stop bookings, the vast majority of which were felony traffic stops, 15%. Other felony bookings not related to traffic stops or DV was 35%, and misdemeanor bookings not related to DV or traffic stops was 19%. So I just wanted to provide that information for you.
Thank you for that information.
Vice Mayor.
I would just ask if we could, all council members could have a copy of your list, Councilwoman Hernandez, whenever is.
Fret not, I have copies for everyone.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And then I would ask, as we're evaluating the data, that you also speak to other council members, because I do know that I have for years requested additional data to be collected so that we can look at things holistically and in context. So as we move forward, I would hope that this would be a collaborative effort among all of councils. Thank you very much, Mayor.
And Mayor, Vice Mayor, we will commit to speaking with each of you to find out if there's any particular data interest that you have, not promising that we will be able to fulfill all of those.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilwoman Hodge Washington, Councilwoman Pastor, and then I'll make a comment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate, like, the collection of data was a key part of some of the three-person memos the three-person memo we recommended, and my understanding is that data collection is slated to be incorporated shortly, not shortly, but shortly in the grand scheme of things. I don't know if Jody wants to talk a little bit about the timeline, just for perspective purposes.
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hodge Washington. From a data perspective, let me provide a little bit of context. The department has engaged in data analysis and data collection, traditionally focused on crime and crime analysis. As our needs for data to be able to answer other relevant questions has increased, the department has increased its attempt to be able to collect those data metrics. That would include items that of our interest are included in Section 6. At times, we are limited by the construct of the system, the business processes that are used to be able to collect that data, and then the ability to analyze that data, or to be able to pull that data from those systems and analyze that data to ensure the quality of the data is intact. That includes policy and procedures, as well as technology advancement and adoption. As we have learned those things, we are approaching the implementation of our new record management system. We have been working on that. It's a significant project I've shared with you all. Most departments, when they implement a new record management system, implement it with 2 to 3 interfaces. And by interface, that allows us to exchange data between the police department's records management system and other stakeholders like the municipal court system or our crime laboratory and entities like that. Our record management system is going to come online with 29 interfaces. That's our goal, is to be able to implement with 29 interfaces. Also, most departments, when they implement a record management system, migrate 1 terabyte of historical data. We are planning to migrate 9 terabytes of historical data, which means that it is an incredibly complex program. We are engaging with 12 different vendors and multiple criminal justice system partners to support the entire criminal justice system process. In that process, we are at 90% complete. We're in the final stages of that project. And we are expecting to be able to go live with that system later this year. As I mentioned previously, we are waiting for the completion of some interfaces, in particular with the city prosecutor's office and with our computer-aided dispatch system. So being able to complete all of those, ensure that all of the users are trained, which is over 3,000 individuals, and then be able to ensure that that transition is seamless. That's what we're all working towards to be able to implement shortly.
Thank you for providing that background. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pastor.
Yes, thank you. What I want to say is I want to thank the community, in particular Poder. Ever since I've entered office, I worked with Poder on many pieces. And I deeply respect the concerns raised in this resolution and the communities advocating for the change. I was part, which was reminded by somebody out in the audience, I was part from the very beginning along with, at the time, Councilwoman Gallego, with the municipal IDs, and we took that up, and we took heat for that, but we believed in it. Then I was part of, with Vidi, on pieces on the trauma response team, and she was placed on a trauma response team committee was built around there, and Vidi sat on that committee, and we did some great work that then started and led to the crisis response team. And then I was part of OAT, along with other people on this dais, and Councilwoman Guardado and Councilman Garcia really pushing OAT and making it happen along with others. So I believe I have demonstrated where my values and heart is. And I agree that everybody in Phoenix, regardless of immigration status, deserves to feel safe, seen, and supported. I have long supported the communities advocating for change and many reforms that moved us to more than just community-centered approaches to public safety. And this one, I don't see the woman that brought this up, but I carry the lessons of my father, and I carry his responsibility. And he taught me that change takes courage and strategy. That's why I have the responsibility to pursue policies that build trust and can withstand legal and political challenges. Many of the ideas in the petition either duplicate reforms we've already enacted or creates potential conflict with state law. The City Council is already working on this, and this resolution diverges the work that already has been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. My colleagues and I all share the priority of keeping our friends, family, and neighbors safe. We recognize these are deeply personal and emotional issues, and we appreciate that so many of you have taken your time to turn your passion into civic engagement. We worked hard to make sure that everyone who wanted to speak had that opportunity to do so. In Phoenix, we're having a positive dialogue that is a healthy way to navigate very difficult times. We are a diverse community with people from all over the world, and we are proud of that diversity. The actions of the current administration are causing a lot of fear and confusion in the Valley and in communities across the country. The Phoenix Police Department focuses on crime in our neighborhood. They are not doing workplace raids with federal immigration enforcement. The day-to-day priority of the Phoenix Police is the safety of our residents. I want to thank our officers for the hard work they do every day. In our community, violent crime is down, homicides are at their lowest level in more than 5 years, and we are seeing a steady decrease in crime in general throughout the city. My colleagues and I have been working hard on these issues. Councilman Hodge Washington mentioned the September meeting. We were very focused on data then. Since January, my colleagues have been in hyperdrive. I think that Councilwoman Hodge Washington may get a PhD in data science for all the work she's been doing. Councilwoman Guardado and Pastor may get law degrees for all the work they have been doing in this area. A lot of time, and I'd called out too, but every single person at this dais has put a lot of time and thought into how to navigate a very difficult time period. My colleagues have done a good job sharing some of the misinformation about the police departments and policies. Phoenix PD does not use arrest quotas. We work hard to use citations in lieu of detention when they're possible. We're not using general fund dollars. We have not allocated those for immigration enforcement. The City Council has adopted several new community feedback mechanisms, including the Civilian Review Board and the Office of Accountability and Transparency. People in Phoenix were asking for these mechanisms for decades, and the people on this dais voted to move forward. The Office of Accountability and Transparency, also known as OAT, has multiple full-time staff members dedicated to community engagement. I was with them this weekend in 113 degrees, and they were working hard to hear from our community. Our community action officers are accessible in every precinct in our city. We hear from our residents that they really appreciate the community action officers, that they're compassionate. I was on the council during a time period where we were asking community action officers to do more to reduce our response times. And man, did we hear from our community leaders about how much they valued our community action officers. My colleagues on the City Council and I have directed that we collect more comprehensive police data so we're able to craft thoughtful policies. You've heard a lot about the records management system. This is a huge effort because we want so much data. We are trying to invest in a very large and comprehensive system. These type of upgrades are very difficult in both the public sector and private sector, and there are a lot of stories about challenges that communities have encountered in this area. We're trying to learn and get it right, but any change this big is gonna have bumps, and we will keep working and keep working. We're already improving policies for police interactions with youth and individuals experiencing homelessness, as well as policies related to police facilitation of First Amendment rights. So many people in this room are already working with us on these, and you have the opportunity to be involved. I will be voting against this petition because of the redundancies and misconceptions and misinformation. And frankly, I'm concerned that approving this petition would result in an increase in crime. For example, having a policy of not enforcing public urination laws is unacceptable to me, and it really does not have anything to do with immigration enforcement. To those who support this petition, I want to be clear. The protection and safety of Phoenix residents is a goal that we share. I know that you want to do your part to help protect your neighbors, as does every member of this council. The immigration policies and messaging coming out of Washington are not reflective of our values here in Phoenix, and I want to assure you that we are going to continue our policy to try to protect our community. Thank you, and I'll turn to Councilman Robinson.
Mayor, thank you very much. Excuse me. I may have a question in there, but I think I want to make a statement more than anything else. A lot has been said, and a lot that I wanted to say has already been stated by my colleagues, so I don't want to get into that. But what I do want to say is I want to thank the community for coming out. You know, we are listening to you. You may not necessarily hear what you want to hear, but the reality of it all is, I don't know that there's a single person up here or working for the city that doesn't care about the community. You may think otherwise, that's your right, but the reality of the whole thing is, just prior to coming to this council meeting, I was at an academy graduation. Phoenix Police Department graduated 22 new recruits today, one of the most diverse classes I've seen in a long time. These young police officers now are going to go out into our community. And I am speaking with a great deal of experience in this area, having spent a lot of time in law enforcement and knowing a whole lot of police officers. I don't know of any police officers who say, I'm going to go out and hurt somebody. And I know some folks may think otherwise. But I don't know of any police officers who come into that profession and want to do those types of things. They want to do what was said earlier, and that is to help people. And that's what I see happening with members of the Phoenix Police Department. We don't have, and I say we, I'm talking as a collective, the entire city government, the police department, everyone else, we don't have any policies or any intentions of working with the federal government when it comes to rounding up people and not following any type of due process. That's not going on. It just isn't. And I'll ask our city manager, Jeff Barton, this question because one of the sticking points seems to be, or a concern that people have, seems to be when we book people into jail, somewhere along the lines, their status is checked. But I'll ask our city manager this because this is something, and it goes back some time, I didn't have as much gray hair as I have now, but the city manager and I, he wasn't the city manager at the time, worked on whether or not it is feasible for the city of Phoenix to have its own jail. And in order, if we had our own jail, there's a lot of those types of things we would not have to do. But I'll ask the city manager, and this was back then, approximately how much would that city jail cost? Back then, what would it have cost, or do you have any idea of what it would cost today?
Wow. Councilman Robinson, Mayor, members of the council, that's a question that I never like hearing that question for a variety of reasons. We've done that study several times throughout my career at the city. I think one time I worked on it directly with you, as you mentioned. One, aside from the cost of actually constructing the jail, then you've got the cost. I think the biggest burden is the liability. You've got your medical liability, and then you've got the lawsuits that come with it. I think the last time that we looked at it on the low end, and this was back in probably the early 2000s, it was probably somewhere in the range of $30 to $40 million, I think is what we were looking at way back then, to build it, construct it, and operate it.
And thank you for that. And I think that's important. We have to work with, we have to, and I mean that, we have to work with other law enforcement agencies. In the state of Arizona, the sheriff's offices, the county sheriff's offices run the jails unless you want to take on the liability of having your own jail. Some cities opt to do that. They just book misdemeanors in some cases. But we have the option, as Chief Orender was explaining, and it is something that officers would rather do. We have the option of citing people in lieu of detention. And one of the things, I don't know if it was on this list, but it might be interesting also to have a list of how many citations in lieu of detention are issued every month, because I think that tells a story as well. Chief Orender mentioned that there are certain misdemeanors that you cannot cite for. Domestic violence is one of them. We have learned over the years that, that is not an area that you trust people to not commit a crime and give them a ticket and to move on. So we have to understand the totality of what goes into some of these decisions and the rules that we have put in place and the reasons why we vote the way we do. I have confidence in this council. I think the diversity of thought is critically important. It makes all of us think, gives all of us an opportunity to hopefully put ourselves in someone else's shoes and try to figure things out. And like I said, I don't like anything that's going on that we see on the news. None of it. And as a police officer, I'm appalled, as a former police officer, appalled by the actions of some federal agencies. It's not the Phoenix Police Department. And I have faith in Chief Orender and his staff that these things are not going on. They've said they're not going on. And the last thing I will add is members of the mayor's staff and I are starting to spend some time at the training academy, just looking at how we are training folks so that folks understand more completely that there is an interest on folks on this side of city government, folks who sit on the council who represent each and every one of you. But I am confident when we hear from the chief and we hear from the assistant city managers and from the city manager and from the mayor and practically everyone up here that the Phoenix Police Department is not engaging, is not helping ICE. It's not happening. They have enough other things to do. And I believe that they'll keep moving in that direction, doing things right and providing a valuable service to the citizens of Phoenix. So Mayor, I thank you for the time, and like I said, there wasn't really a question in there except for the one for the city manager. I just think it's important for the citizens, the audience to understand we appreciate you being here, you letting us know how you feel. And I would venture to guess a lot of us feel the exact same way you do in a lot of areas, maybe not all of them, but in a lot of areas we understand. I understand the frustration and the fear. If I could make it go away, I would. But I am confident that our department is doing what it's supposed to be doing, treating people fairly. And I don't know that we can ask for too much more. And with that, Mayor, I thank you for the time.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez. Mayor, may I explain my vote?
Please do.
Thank you. First, I would like to make clear to our community before I vote on the resolution that the motion is to deny the citizens' petition and not implement it. If I vote yes, then I vote against this petition. If I vote no, I am voting in support of the petition. I would again like to thank the community who showed up today and shared their personal stories. I would also like to applaud you for all your leadership in being here and exercising your rights as residents to protect your community in the best way that you can. Your voices are heard by me and my team, and we respect your time, your honesty, your vulnerability, and presence here with us today. I would like to acknowledge the political moment we are also in and the courage that it took for everyone to show up today to face the fear of potential deportation and demand a bold vision for your safety. We are under attack now by this current administration's budget cuts, blatant racism, and rising authoritarianism, and that demands that we as a city stand up. We cannot be silent because our silence will not protect you all. This resolution is so important because it highlights the lived experience of Phoenix residents. There seems to be a real disconnect between those experiences and us as city leadership and the police department. We are engaging with ICE with their presence in MCSO, and that means that every person we take to jail will face the possibility of deportation. The resolution guarantees that not a single dollar of our taxpayer money goes to deport our undocumented community, which is something I wholeheartedly support. The city is making improvements to the Phoenix Police Department as a result of the DOJ report. I do want to take a moment to acknowledge that. but those improvements do not go far enough in supporting the needs of our residents. This resolution addresses how we can do better. We have to keep our foot on the gas if we are to maximize changes to this department. Our Black, Indigenous, Latino, immigrant, LGBTQ, unsheltered communities deserve better from us. This resolution also speaks to how the city can improve on collecting adequate data to make the impacts we deem necessary for a police department that is actually rooted in justice and care and safety for our communities. Finally, we have an opportunity to stand in solidarity with our constituents and send a message to this federal administration that we will prioritize our community safety and not participate in tearing families apart. To the community, I can assure you that even if the petition fails this time around, our office will keep fighting with you to pass every section of the resolution. I'm also encouraged by the willingness of other members of the council, my colleagues, to continue to work on these issues. I want to be clear. I do not want Phoenix to be the next city that has a video circulating of showing a 3-year-old child being ripped apart out of the hands of her family. With that, I vote no on the motion to deny this petition.
Hodge Washington?
Yes.
Pastor? Robinson?
Yes.
Stark?
Yes.
Waring? O'Brien?
Yes.
Gallego?
Yes.
Passes 8-1.
Thank you. We'll pause for a moment if people want to depart, and then I'll turn to the city attorney to introduce the citizen comment. Thank you. I'll now turn to our city attorney to introduce citizen comment.
Thank you, Mayor. During citizen comment, members of the public may address the City Council for up to 3 minutes on issues of interest or concern to them. The citizen comment session is limited to 30 minutes. The Arizona Open Meeting Law permits the City Council to listen to the comments but prohibits council members from discussing or acting on the matters presented.
Thank you. We'll begin with Mark Schaefer, followed by Frank Urban.
Okay. Back to when I was talking about earlier, some nonprofit organizations are more effective than others, and ours, I've been here, like I said, 8.5 years, and some things have been shut down as far as homeless issues, but then others have either been improved or acted upon, and so we're still pushing for funding and helping out. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank is next, followed by Elizabeth.
Hello. I was going to reiterate on what I said earlier, but I don't see any point in it, considering that I'm very disappointed in each and every one of you for disapproving this. I realize you guys are probably, well, most of you are probably really caring people and really decent people, and you want change as much as we do. But that being said, I'm also with Fund for Empowerment, as you guys know, and we do work on homeless issues. Now, like my colleague Mark said, in some respects, what we're doing is great, Others have been shot down by the federal government. But I think all in all that we're doing a good job, and I think all of you are doing a good job as well. You know, with that, I'll concede.
Thank you. Elizabeth is next, followed by Diane Barker.
I'm going to talk about a different issue. It's totally different than I normally talk about. So my father, he was a law professor at Arizona State University. No, sorry. Yes. My father, he was a law professor at Arizona State University. His specialty was environmental law. My undergrad was in environmental science from ASU. It shapes the way I think about the world, data. It's very interdisciplinary. I am very concerned, even on the city of Phoenix, of what might seem like an obscure issue, although I think it won't be in a bit, which is that the national forests, BLM, and national parks are they're going to mine them, okay? And they're mining them for uranium, okay? And so near the Grand Canyon, they're going to expand uranium mining, okay? And as we know, that the Colorado River goes through the Grand Canyon. And as you know, the city of Phoenix relies on the Colorado River for its drinking water, okay? There are ways to address radioactive waste and arsenic, uranium in water. However, I do not believe you have that infrastructure right now, and I don't think you could filter it out, right? Okay, so I also don't think that there will be anything done to remediate any of this, right? Because I don't think that that's the intent. I really don't think that I don't think this is about American values, and I don't want to talk conspiratorially, but I do not think we are looking at a time where we are interested in the success of America at a federal level, at least in the executive. You never can tell about Congress, right? And I think that there are a lot of things that are going to happen that I personally am afraid of, though. Actually, as a person, I don't want to see my friends get shot by federal law enforcement, to be honest. Or people that are organized on the internet and are getting those machine gun converter devices sent to redistributed to them, about 30,000 of them. But anyways, I'm very concerned. It's personally painful to me. They're going to be selling the national forest land. They're going to be selling the BLM land, and they're mining on the national parks. And I think it's very important that you look at how the City of Phoenix could be critically harmed in many areas, right? If the Colorado River is contaminated with uranium and arsenic, even with this, I'll finish real quick, even with the small mines that are up there in the vicinity, right, that have a Supai tribe, they're finding that their water is polluted with uranium and arsenic. It's their only water source. And we got to remember, City of Phoenix, that's basically our only water source, right? It's very important.
Thank you. No problem. Diane is next, followed by Roland.
Thank you, Mayor Gallego and City Council. Again, I'm in District 7. As I was coming over here for the meeting, I wanted to look at the public information. You have that for the meeting. It's always been for years on the west side. We're growing so much. I understand we're getting 250 people into Phoenix area almost daily. That's a huge number. And your agendas are double the amount from the time I started coming to City Council. So I'm proposing, because this is what happened to me, I am down. Fortunately, I still can bend down, but it looked odd to a woman who was twice my height And she kind of wondered why I was looking at the agenda goes clear to the ground. So for me to see it, I had to get down there. And she looked at me and I looked up and I said, I'm having trouble seeing this. And she looked at me and said, well, I have no problem seeing it. However, I wish I would have asked her, what did it say? Okay, so you can look. I think the open meeting law, if it doesn't explicitly say that, it has to be accessible to the public in a posted place. So I'd like to have you look into that. If it does not explicitly say that, it infers that the public, you have a gate. I think they're closing the 3rd Street for an event, avenue. And so they had a fence around there, and there was only an aperture for the city employees to be able to get into the door. So when I left to come to city council, it was still gated. And I just moved the gate a little bit, and an officer came by, and I said, I'm getting out of your prison. And he just smiled and said, have a good day. But I do believe that there may be a problem the way it is right now, that it is not designed so it's legally accessible to the public. So I'd have you look into that. I'm glad that I stayed to listen to all this. Is through the years, we've had complaints with the public, law enforcement, and also during COVID, I would live downtown and I saw this. And I'm really hoping that the recommendations through these last few years, it sounds like we're very much improving, and so I want to believe you. I do believe by even me speaking here, and I'm telling you about being short and what I've gone through, I have had that experience, not in this jurisdiction, but in Scottsdale, of an officer telling me that that's another story, but it had to do, it's not a protected status. We must protect our females and short females.
Roland is next, followed by Ian.
There's a reason why I didn't speak on that agenda for 153. I knew you guys were not going to pass that. So I wanted to reserve my time for now. I'm very, very disappointed in the city council as far as the protection of this community. All you guys did was sit up here and defended yourselves on why you can't protect the community against ICE. And you said all the great work that you've done to try to protect that community, but you've done nothing to protect this community from the Phoenix Police Department, from them beating, brutalizing, and murdering the members of the city. So do not pat yourselves on the back. To the council member who said that the new police officers that are going to be coming out have no intention on coming out to beat, brutalize, or kill someone. You're absolutely probably correct on that. But what you do not understand is once they become part of that blue line and that blue law and that blue wall, they will do nothing to turn another officer in when they see them beat, brutalize, or murder a member of this community. So you have the mayor saying that how violent crime has dropped, how homicides dropped, but yet then she makes no mention to how police shootings and police killings have risen. So at this point, I'm going to probably resign as co-chair of my nonprofit foundation, and I'm going to run for city council. And I'm a member of District 5, where I sat there and watched my daughter go to school at Synergy Elementary on 27th Avenue in Bethany and watch women sell themselves while these children are walking to school. Watch people sit at these bus stops and smoke fentanyl while Phoenix PD just rides by. But yet then, they didn't just ride by when they shot a 19-year-old in his back, sicked the dog on him, shot him in his face with grenades, and did nothing. You guys do nothing to protect the youth of this community. You do nothing to protect us from the police. So if you aspire to go to any higher office than you are in right now, I will not support you, and I will come out and speak out against you because you do nothing while you're sitting in the seat you're in now. And I am coming for a city council seat. And District 7 showed you this community's tired, and I guarantee you I will beat whoever you put up against me. Have a good day.
Ayan is next, followed by Nicole.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ayan Saeed. I'm a registered nurse and a resident of Phoenix City in District 8. I'm here to speak on something that's not on the agenda, but I do want to say I am very disappointed with the council members here regarding the resolution. But today I'm here to share my perspective as a healthcare worker about what's happening in Gaza. Yesterday, I learned about a child named Hamza, a 13-year-old Palestinian boy. A few days ago, Hamza went on to get food from an aid distribution site in Rafah, Gaza, with his uncle, but he never made it back. He was shot in the head by Israeli forces, and he died a few days later from the injuries he sustained in Nasser Hospital. A child who was just trying to feed his starving family was murdered. Hamza and hundreds of other Palestinians, men, women, and children have been killed and injured at these lethal sites disguised as aid distribution centers since they were opened last month. Centers run by GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a US-Israeli organization. As a nurse, I'm trained to analyze data, objective and subjective data. I listen to patients and their loved ones. Yes, they tell me about their symptoms, but they also tell me about their granddaughter's graduation, their pets, their struggles to buy affordable medications, or how they've lost their homes. And from those data points, a picture starts to emerge. What I've seen in the last 620 days about what's happening in Gaza is a complete...
This is a really important topic and very worthy of civic debate. Our rules say that we discuss city topics here. And
This is a city topic.
Okay, could you
a
make
city-
that connection?
It's our tax dollars that are being used to
City
fund.
tax dollars, though.
Sorry?
Could our city attorney help me? Am I getting the details right?
I'm almost done. Can I just finish?
Could
Yes,
you help
Mayor.
me?
No,
You know,
you're-
healthcare
you are
workers in
correct.
Gaza
So
are routinely
people
targeted,
need
they're
to speak on
kidnapped.
city-related topics that the council has jurisdiction over.
Should I finish? Okay. Healthcare workers in Gaza are routinely targeted, kidnapped, tortured, killed. The WHO has reported only a third of hospitals remain. They're barely functioning. Safe havens designated by international law. They have been systematically destroyed by Israeli forces. The Lancet, an international medical journal, recently reported that life expectancy for people in Gaza has dropped from 75 years old to 40 years old in less than a year, the steepest recorded drop in our time. And now food is being weaponized. It's not just data, it's Palestinian lives, people like you and me, and the people of the city of Phoenix. Let's be clear, you don't have to be a healthcare worker or somebody that's trained to believe the following. Luring starving civilians to aid distribution sites under the guise of humanitarian relief is not an acceptable form of warfare. What's happening in Gaza is a total collapse of everything. As a nurse, I'm bound by professional and ethical standards. I advocate for people, especially when they're being harmed, and as a mother, as a human, I can't stay silent. And what's happening in Gaza is very much a part of our Phoenix community because we're actively funding the annihilation of Palestinians with our tax dollars. Please, Mayor, council members, connect with me and other healthcare workers that are here and listen to their testimonies of the medical missions they've completed in Gaza recently. Allow us to provide clarity, to educate, to share our expert perspective as healthcare workers and as concerned citizens of Phoenix regarding Gaza in order to enact change before it's too late. Thank you, and I will be back because this is city-related. Thank you.
Nicole Rodriguez, followed by Marty Winkler.
Thank you, Mayor. This may come as a surprise, but I actually have thanks to share at today's Transportation Infrastructure Parks or Planning at TIP, whatever subcommittee with City Council. I was very proud of the comments and questions that came from Councilwomen's Hodge Washington and Pastor as we discussed high visibility crosswalks and stop bars. And as you may remember, that was a citizen petition I brought. And I wanted to thank them for their insightful questions and comments. I really do believe we're moving in the right direction, because in Phoenix we are a leading city for pedestrian deaths and traffic incidents, serious traffic incidents and traffic violence. With that being said, I also have been wanting to extend kudos on for quite some time to Councilwoman Ann O'Brien as it relates to back when council voted, and this is prior to Councilwoman Ana Hernandez, to reduce the age of operating e-mobility devices. The Vision Zero committee, which was ignored then, just like it was on high visibility crosswalks, recommended the age of 12 for operating e-mobility devices, e-scooters, e-bikes, because we live in a climate that is increasingly getting hotter and hotter, and a lot of these youth need an easy way to commute 6 months out of the year that are extreme heat or near extreme heat, when they don't have a guardian or reliable source of transportation. And we had wanted on the Vision Zero committee and from the community to reduce that age, and O'Brien did recommend age 14, and that would have been reasonable as well. The thing is, too, the reason why we got to that place is because it was slipped in by the Streets Department to increase the age from 16 to 18. That was not even known to council back in May 2023, if I got that correct, back when Keeney Knudsen was here. I had actually, with my daughter, identified that and realized it was changed from 16 to 18 without a vote. So I'm going to, at some point, ask if we could revisit that. I'm not doing a citizen petition on it. The reason being also is that we have kids having their e-bikes taken away in certain areas, and we just want to make sure that in these extreme heat conditions that there's accessible ways for youth to get around. Because when we turn 16, we don't suddenly metamorphose into being a great driver. But then at 16, we can, if mom and dad have a lot of money, we could drive a 2-ton pickup truck, and somehow that's okay. E-bikes are completely different, not lethal, not dangerous, and there's a few incidences that ruin it for the rest of us. But I just wanted to say thank you, Councilman O'Brien, for your support on that, and I look forward to, in the future, reducing that age. So thanks.
Marty Winkler is next, followed by Julia Taggart.
I didn't get to speak because I was detained over my umbrella. It needs to be addressed during open comments. People need to be shown speaking. I don't know when this has changed, but it needs to change. My name is Marty with an I, Winkler, W-I-N-K-L-E-R. Kevin Robinson, I am insulted and have heard your statement before. There is a Phoenix police officer who did go out to hurt people, me and Rodney Sandlin. Jason Gillespie horrifically attacked, almost killed me over nothing. And 7 months later, he saw they did everything in their power to cover for him, and he did it again to Rodney Sandlin. And the city of Phoenix has done everything to cover for both of these horrific attacks. The nurses told Rodney Sandlin Jason Gillespie was pacing the hall saying, "I hope I didn't fracture his skull too." I know you people can't see this. I'm an extreme crime victim of Phoenix Police Officer Jason Gillespie. Search Martha Winkler versus City of Phoenix. I'm speaking in support of the resolution and in support to stop arresting people for low-level criminal misdemeanors, which can and does destroy countless lives. Leads to ICE arrests, police escalation, police violence, and as I well know, people horrifically brutalized by Phoenix police or killed. Ever since I was falsely arrested for lowest level trespassing, horrifically attacked and almost killed by violent serial criminal predator Officer Jason Gillespie with his bare hands because he was enraged that he thought I called the police too many times. I tell people don't call the cops for nothing unless you think you're being killed. I've been fighting for almost 11 years against extreme corruption, criminal conspiracy, by the City of Phoenix and Phoenix Police. In one of the biggest cases most people have never heard about, Violent crime is around 3% or less, and shockingly doesn't even include the violent crime Phoenix Police inflicts upon civilians, like criminal predator Officer Jason Gillespie. And the city of Phoenix and Phoenix Police does everything to cover for their criminal police. And he's apparently been training police how to kill unarmed senior women, making now $240,000 a year. Phoenix Police tries to justify their ginormous salaries and over $1 billion budget by telling the public there's so much violent crime, which is only a few percent. When Phoenix Police arrests someone, or is even called, it can destroy their lives. A Phoenix police officer told me one time he could find something to arrest almost anybody. That should shock anyone with a conscience. By happenstance, on the front cover of the Arizona Republic today is an article, Renters' Housing Aid in Jeopardy. The story of 3 women that none of them committed any crime and their lives were destroyed because police were called. They were all evicted and lost their apartments.
Julia Taggart is next, followed by Stacy Champion.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I didn't know if I was going to be able to speak because I know this has been a very long meeting. My name is Julia Taggart. I'm with the Sunny Slope Historical Society. Unfortunately, I couldn't go to the last city council meeting because my father was in the hospital and I was with him. But at the last city council meeting, Hanson Mortuary got approved for historic status. And I want to say thank you for approving historic status for Hanson Mortuary. I know I had sent Councilwoman Deborah Stark's office and Councilman Kevin Robinson's and Mayor Kay Gallo's office information on Hanson Mortuary, but it was a big deal for the Hanson family as well as for the Sunny Slope community. Hanson Mortuary is one of very few family-owned mortuaries. They've been in business for 75 years. This is their 75th anniversary this year. Most mortuaries and funeral homes have been bought by Dignity and Memorial. They own 1,900 across the country. And I know it meant a lot to the Hanson family to get historic status and to celebrate the legacy of their family and what they've done, which is doing the right thing. And they've done many fallen officers' funerals and services. So thank you so much for doing the historic status for that. I would have liked for the family to be able to make a public comment. I know that they submitted a request to make a comment, and I submitted a request to make a comment in support, but we were not called on. I listened to everybody's public comments and comments. It would be really great for, these items that maybe they don't have someone against, but they have people who support it to be able to share their memories. I know there was many other people who had put in comments to support Hanson that were not able to speak and felt very unheard by that. Nonetheless, I'm very thankful for you approving this. I know we have more properties that are going to come to the council, like the Sunny Slope Presbyterian Church, Eye Opener, the KPHO, now for Studio Gallery building, which was the first TV station in Arizona. So we have a lot more things coming for historic preservation. It takes a lot of work to do these forums and to work with these property owners to preserve our history here in Phoenix. So just letting people be able to make those comments of their memories and what it means to them to get historic status would really help in the future. So if that's something the council can look into, I would greatly appreciate it. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Stacy Champion is next.
Hi, can you hear me okay, Mayor and Council?
Yes.
So I currently have still a large number, really, of public records requests that the City of Phoenix has not fulfilled. Some of them are now going on 2 years old, which I don't believe would fit what our state law on records request says with regard to prompt. But in a recent partial records request that I got, I was pretty disturbed to see an email from your internal communications manager flagging myself and, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other individuals flagging our names and calling us high profile PRRs. It's myself, 2 local reporters, and then 2 gentlemen, I believe, who have sued the city over public records issues in the past. So I don't think that is proper to treat me differently or my public records request differently than you are treating other community members or any member of the public or anyone really who is entitled to get a public records or file a public records request. And so I wanted to bring that to the council's attention. I saw another thing that said that typically the city gets people their public records requests within 5 days. And I can say that that has never been my personal experience on even the most simple public records that I have asked for. So I'm just putting it into the public record yet again that I believe whoever's actions are feeling very retaliatory at this point to me, and I would like my public records request. Thank you.
Thank you. We're adjourned.
For your research? The universities and innovators on the PBC have close access to critical core services and clinical trials to deliver